Good morning, everybody. The November 5th, 2025 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded and can be viewed live on City of Las Vegas TV on Cox Cable Channel 2. You can also watch the meetings live online and access other city content by visiting lasvegasnevada.gov/connect. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on City of Las Vegas TV Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace, and down the back staircase. For anyone that has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it is safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you can complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available in the clerk's office or at the rear of our chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizens participation, or specified public hearing items. If there is anyone present today that has a need for hearing impaired equipment, please see the city clerk's staff. Please note, if you are parked in the parking garage across the street, a self-validation machine is located in the foyer between City Council chambers and the security desk you walk through to enter these chambers. You must have your ticket with you to use the machine. If you do not have your ticket, see security personnel when exiting for a validation coupon. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everybody please rise for the invocation given by Reverend Carol Simpson, Shekinah Glory Ministries, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Good morning, Mayor and
Good
Council.
morning.
Good morning. Hello, everyone. Thank you to the City Council, to the Mayor and City Council for this opportunity. Please bow your head as I pray. Dear wise and loving Father, thank you on behalf of all who have gathered here today. Thank you for many and abundant blessings. Thank you for life itself, health. Thank you for the ability to be involved in useful work for the honor of bearing appropriate responsibilities. Thank you for the freedom to embrace you, and thank you for loving us. Father, bless, encourage, and strengthen the mayor and the city council members. Give them wisdom and grace them with your love and foresight to make decisions that will bring great success to the community as they serve. In the scriptures, you have said that citizens ought to obey the governing authorities, since you have established those very authorities to promote peace, order, and justice. Therefore, I pray over our mayor, for the various levels of city officials, and in particular for this assembled council here today. I'm asking that you would graciously grant them wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times, a sense of the welfare and true needs of our people, a keen thirst for justice and rightness, confidence in what is good and fitting, the ability to work together in harmony even when there is honest disagreement, personal peace in their lives, and joy in their tasks. I pray for the agenda set before them today. Please give them an assurance and direction of what would please you and what would benefit those who live and work in and around our beloved city of Las Vegas. In your most blessed name, I pray. Amen.
Amen. And
pledge.
Reverend Simpson, would you mind leading us in the pledge?
Yes, ma'am. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you,
so
Mayor.
much for joining us.
You're welcome, Mayor. Thank you.
At this time, we will start our ceremonials, but before we do that, we have a special treat. We are going to be re-swearing in our newest member of the City Council, Kara Kelly. So may I invite everybody to join me at the podium. I'm going to put right here. Okay. Your daughter, be right there. I think I need you here. Yeah, I think. Luann, is this the correct configuration? Okay, very good. Okay. Face the mayor. Face the- Joining Councilwoman Kelly is her wonderful husband, Paul Larson, and her wonderful daughter, Catherine. We're very pleased to have you here with Kara today. And at this time, I am pleased to administer your oath of office. Catherine, you'll be holding the Bible for your mom. Okay, very good. Kara, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada against all enemies, domestic or foreign, and that you will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state notwithstanding, that you are not under any direct or indirect obligation to vote for, appoint, or elect any person to any office, position, or employment in our city government, that you are a bona fide resident at your stated address, and I know that for a fact, and we live in the same neighborhood, and that you will faithfully perform the duties of the office in which you are about to enter, so help you God. In that case, congratulations. And Councilwoman, would you like to share a few words?
I would. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank the mayor and the council for giving me this opportunity, and my family who always support me and everything I do. But this isn't one person's journey. When you get an opportunity like this, you bring people along with you who have been part of your life and part of your own journey. And I have so many of you in this audience today who I just can't tell you how important how much it means to me, honestly, that you've taken time to be here, that you've walked so many paths with me, and yet here you show up again. And that is, I think, a testament to our friendship and our love for each other. And hopefully I'm going to perform for Ward 2 and its residents the same way that has engendered the loyalty and the support from each of you. And that will be the greatest accomplishment I can make, and that will be how I will be judged. So thank you very much for being here, and I appreciate the not only the confidence, maybe, but also the little bit of crossing the finger and making sure, and I've been working hard to show you that you made the right decision, and so I will continue to do that. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Let's, why don't you take some pictures with your
Okay.
fam and then with all of us. a picture of the family and then all of us. All right.
That's what I have you sit.
We're a well-oiled machine.
And then we'll put you in the center. You guys try to move you over this way so we have the seal. The mayor. Yeah, right about here.
Everybody, please join me in congratulating our newest councilman. And we will now proceed with our ceremonials. Okay. Thank you. Everybody ready? Okay. This is the ceremonial portion of our council agenda. And for our first item, it is my pleasure to recognize our Citizen of the Month, retired Staff Sergeant Lee Mowry. Lee, please join us at the podium while I tell our audience a little bit about you. Please join us. Thank you for your service. Thank you for being here. Again, I do fine. Lee is a Korean War veteran and served in the United States Air Force from April 1951 to April 1959 in the 28th Strategic Recon Bombardment Wing with the 1st Strike Force. He was a crew chief responsible for all maintenance on the aircraft. Lee served 5 years on active duty and 5 years in active reserves and Air National Guard. He served 2 missions in Korea, beginning in February 1952 until July of 1953, and received 3 honorable discharges. When Lee left the military, he took advantage of the GI Bill and received a bachelor's degree in business and a master's degree in marketing. He spent 50 years in personal financial planning and securities investment, managing personal financial folios for many prominent companies. He also assisted individuals with their own personal investments. Lee moved to Las Vegas in 2012 and joined the Southern Nevada Korean War Veteran Association. He has served on the board for 8 years and served in every position with the association, including commander. Lee has received numerous rewards and recognitions over the years for his service to the Southern Nevada Korean War Veterans Association. And at 93 years old, or 93 years young, I should say, he is still active with organizing events to honor the Korean War veterans. With Veterans Day next week, we all thought it was very fitting that today we honor Lee as our November 2025 Citizen of the Month. Thank you for your service to our country and to the city of Las Vegas. We greatly appreciate you and thank you.
Can I get a copy of that?
Yes, yes. May I? And Would you like to say a few words?
Thank God for being in the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, okay, this gentleman here, congratulations.
Sir, I'm going to hand you this. That'll be yours.
And
We'll do
we'd like to
picture right
take a
up here.
picture with you and all of us. May I ask you to join me right there? Yes, sir. Oh, well, would you care to join? May we do, why don't we take the first photo and then you'll come on up? Is that all right with everybody? Outstanding. Thank you. I'll give, yes, let me, I can't give it to you, yes, because there's stuff on this for the next presentation.
Jerry can give it to me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, do you have?
We've got an extra.
Oh, you have an extra one they'll give you.
Good.
Okay,
All right.
very good.
All right.
We've got it right here. And now we plan to recognize the Trauma Intervention Program of Southern Nevada. Our final item, Councilwoman Cara Kelly will recognize a special organization that helps people throughout the city of Las Vegas. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. It is a true honor to be here today as we recognize an extraordinary organization, one that brings compassion, calm, and care to our community in the most difficult times. Today we celebrate the Trauma Intervention Program of Southern Nevada, simply TIF. If I may invite Jill Roberts, Chief Executive Officer of TIP, to come up. Thank you. And as they're coming up, Jill and her TIP crew, TIP is a nonprofit organization that provides immediate emotional and practical support to individuals and families affected by tragedy, ensuring that no one must ever face this crisis alone. They're specialty trained volunteers, often called quiet comfort in the storm, are requested by emergency personnel to stand beside families and victims after events such as sudden deaths, serious accidents, homicides, fire, and other heartbreaking crises. When our first responders manage the scene, TIP volunteers care for the hearts of those left in shock and in grief. Often calm, guidance, and compassion are offered when words are often hard to find. Today, TIP operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with 60 dedicated volunteers who respond to more than 2,000 calls every year, from large-scale tragedies to deeply personal tragedies at accidents and times in homes and hospitals throughout Southern Nevada. For 31 years, Las Vegas Fire and Rescue, as its first partner, TIP has been a trusted companion to first responders, hospitals, law enforcement, and the city of Las Vegas, helping our community heal one scene at a time. But perhaps the best way to understand the heart of TIP is to hear from those who they have helped. Said one family member, "Lanny was so thoughtful and gentle with me. I was in shock and trying to make sense of what happened to my husband. He listened to all I had to say and was so kind. It was so nice to have Lanny just be present. I wasn't alone, and he made the day easier, and I'm so thankful for his heart. God knew exactly what I needed." And Nicola was very kind, very supportive, and she stayed with our family for a long time to make sure we were all right. She was gentle, reassuring, and positive, doing everything she could to comfort us and to help us through our grief. Presley was the most understanding, comforting, and personable young lady that my family had met in a long time. During a time of sadness, despair, grief, and anger, Presley was there to comfort us all, offering words of encouragement and support. She was more than we knew we would need at the time. I wasn't alone. She made sure we were all right, more than we know we needed. These stories capture what TIP truly represents: compassion in action and the power of presence when it matters most. For those inspired by their work, TIP is always looking for new volunteers. Its volunteer training academy begins in February. So for any additional information, it can be found at tipoflasvegas.org or by calling 702-229-0426. And I want to note, historically, this organization was founded 40 years ago in San Diego, and TIP came to Las Vegas 9 years later, thanks in part to the leadership and the partnership of Las Vegas Fire and Rescue. And since then, TIP has stood with our community in moments of crisis for over 3 decades. It is my pleasure, Jill, to present this proclamation to you and your team. Therefore, we, the mayor, and I'll have you, if you will hold that for me, Jill, thank you, and the members of the Las Vegas City Council hereby proudly proclaim November 5th, 2025 as Trauma Intervention Program. Let me say this again. We hereby proudly and articulately claim November 5th, 2025 as Trauma Intervention Program of Southern Nevada Day. Congratulations and thank you for everything that you do. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you so much. This is very meaningful, especially since this is your first meeting and your first celebration. So thank you very much for honoring us. And of course, it wouldn't be possible without, we have TIP volunteers that are here, members of our board of directors and advisory board. Thank you all so much for everything you do to make TIP what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. And are we going to take some pictures? So you can, thank you. And stand by the mayor. I'll get it. So here.
We will go back to regular order in 5 minutes. The November 5th meeting of the City Council is called back in order. Agenda item number 8. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. We will set the time limit at 2 minutes. Please come up to the podium if you wish to speak.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jana Wright, and I'm here to speak in support of item 39, the bill on the pet shop ordinance. I feel that the City Council is being very generous, allowing 3 years for businesses to come into compliance. And businesses can change their business model, and I would just close by saying that people in the United States are going to spend $157 billion on their pets. So there's money to be made, just not selling them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you again to the council for looking at this issue. As a reminder, you had a ban in 2016. Then in 2017, Soroka, Barlow, and Fiore, along with the former mayor, all various with criminal and improper behavior charges against them, overturned it and said that they would convene a committee to stamp out puppy mills. 9 years later, nothing has been done. It's time that we take a look at the jurisdictions. All of the jurisdictions have increased animals coming into shelters and rescues from illegal breeders, costing taxpayers and animal rights people to bear the burden of paying for the inaction. Your Operation Pause has a chance, and I think over the time period that you'll be able to get that up and running to help with backyard breeders. But pet stores as a business were set up to provide supplies and grooming for people's companions, not as a retailer of animals. Around 2001 is when retailers like Petland back in the day made that change to selling animals. To help curb the overpopulation and inhumane living conditions, you must look for how to shut down the source. In Nevada, some of the source is illegal backyard breeders, then illegal puppy mills, some of them in Nye County, Elko, are just 2 of the counties that have puppy mills. Then illegal puppy mills in other states like Missouri, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. That's where many of these animals are sold in our pet stores. You can liken it to human trafficking, only it's with animals. That's why I urge you to add to your First Amendment Section 5B1 to include the address, where they are, and as well as any local license that may exist from their local breeders. And then I would suggest that you add to Section 3, subsection 3, and notice that the animals must be spayed and neutered according to the city's spay-neuter laws, so that there's a disclosure. Personally, I would prefer that they be spayed or neutered if they're over the 4 months of age prior to sale, but at least the posting of it could be handled as far as people being made aware. I believe the retailer should have to disclose that the store has a monetary arrangement with the veterinarians, and that contract should be provided to the city. I'd also suggest language in section 6A to include eye diseases like entropion, which is a genetic issue with badly bred bulldogs, pugs, Shar-Peis, retrievers, and boxers. Overall, I don't think you need 3 years, but I do appreciate you brought this forward and commend you for supporting. It will make a difference for your constituents.
Thank you so much.
And for the record, I believe you are Miss Christian Kiliani. Is that right? Accurate.
And Chris, would you
I
mind,
apologize.
even though
you're Christian.
Yeah, even though, Chris, come back. Even though all of us know you very well, would you mind spelling your last name for the record?
This is a test, isn't it? You want to see if I can buy a vowel. It's June Kiliani, Giunchigliani. But thank you all very much.
And for those of you who don't know, Chris G. has a very long pedigree when it comes to public service, having served as an assemblywoman and then a county commissioner for many, many years. Thank you for being here. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. Anula Wildrich for the record, W-Y-L-D-E-R-I-C-H. I recently reviewed a report about an emergency large-scale dog rescue at a commercial breeding facility in the Midwest. Every single animal was matted, filthy, and caked with feces. And these, of course, are not the ones that we see in the pet stores, and we know that this was not the exception. I fully support this bill, and I commend you for drafting it, but I think it's vital to pair it with efforts that will close loopholes in the Animal Welfare Act that allow commercial breeders to sell to, direct to consumers. Addressing both issues together will not only ensure lasting progress, but I think it will prevent new problems from arising. And our animal welfare organizations that are endorsing these bans are well positioned to lead that effort, and we would, of course, support them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Berkeley and council members. My name is Rebecca Goff. G as in girl, O, F as in Frank, F as in Frank, and I'm the Nevada State Director for Humane World for Animals. I'm here today on behalf of our organization and all of our Las Vegas members to strongly urge your support of this ordinance. You know what it's gonna do. Due to the serious animal welfare and consumer protection issues posed by puppy-selling pet shops, 8 states, including the entire West Coast, and 500 localities, including Clark County, City of North Las Vegas, Reno, and Mesquite, already have prohibited the sale of puppies in pet stores. Puppy stores in Vegas were given a chance to clean up their act and prove they could run ethical businesses. That's why the current law only regulates them. But the current law's increased transparency has exposed just how awful the puppy mill to pet store pipeline is here, and that this model of selling weeks-old puppies at retail is simply too broken to fix through regulations alone. Through an undercover investigation we conducted last year and public records, we could clearly see that Vegas pet shops have a massive problem with sick puppy sales, deceptive sales tactics, and predatory lending. Stopping the sale of puppies in pet shops entirely is the only solution for wide-ranging problems puppy stores pose. Fortunately, this ordinance does not need to have a negative impact on businesses. Most stores already do not sell puppies, and the ones that do will have a 3-year time to transition to a new business model and ramp up in-demand products, sales, and services like grooming. In fact, 45 Nevada pet stores already endorsed laws ending the sale of puppies in pet shops, including 15 here in Vegas. These stores know no one needs to engage in puppy mill cruelty to run a profitable business. This is also a solution to the problem because no one needs a pet store to find a dog of their choice. Our region has a wide network of shelters, rescues, full of wonderful adoptable pets, as well as responsible breeders who sell directly to the public because they aren't ashamed to show how and where their dogs are raised. It's also an important tool in tackling pet overpopulation. Pet shop puppies are likely to be sick and often are relinquished to shelters, or sometimes people just realize they're in over their head with a brand new puppy. We love our pets here in Vegas, and allowing pet shops to continue to import thousands of puppies from awful puppy mills and selling them like mere products, especially while our shelters are bursting at the seams, is just not in line with who we are. Thank you so much for bringing this forward, and we urge your support.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Lara Venegas, Lara, V as in Victor, Engas. And I am urging the council to support the bill 2025-37, which is agenda item 39 today, to align the city of Las Vegas with Clark County and North Las Vegas and the ban of retail sales of certain animals in pet stores. This is a matter not only of compassion, but of fiscal responsibility. Retail pet sales often rely on commercial breeders or mills to provide their inventory, and every year, as we know, thousands of animals end up in local shelters at the expense of taxpayer dollars. And as this council is well aware, millions of dollars have been allocated and approved just this year for the continued operation of the Animal Foundation and for the construction of supplementary facilities to handle the intake of these animals. Reducing the supply of commercially bred animals directly lowers those shelter intake numbers and allows those funds to be moved elsewhere to support community activities and public education. By supporting this measure, the city promotes adoption from local shelters and from rescues. It will ease the burden on our animal shelters and the system, and it will ensure taxpayer money is used more efficiently. It is a policy that makes sense not only morally, but financially. So we ask that you please vote yes on this bill and show that Las Vegas values not only compassion for the pets in our communities, but also accountability with our taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. Alyssa Miller with the Pet Advocacy Network. And I'm here in opposition to item number 39 on the agenda. I first want to thank the council for taking a thoughtful approach to this and for taking the time to meet with myself and our members here in Las Vegas, which make up a number of small businesses. The first thing I'd like to really address is the assertion that a bill like this has any measurable impact on the shelter population. Unfortunately, we have seen in places like California, where a ban has been in place since 2019, that there has been no decrease in the shelter population. And in fact, you have places like LA County that have put a moratorium on breeding because the shelter population is still so large. In Las Vegas, we know that there is a problem with illegal backyard breeding, and we know that that's where the majority of these shelter animals come from. Additionally, this bill, with the assertion that some of these small businesses can just reasonably transfer their business model, is unfortunately not the case. In California, 95% of all of the pet shops closed after their ban was enacted. In New York, 95% of all of the pet shops closed after their ban was enacted. These are businesses that have built their model on selling these animals and selling these responsibly bred animals to the public and making sure that they're able to provide a source for safely bred dogs, safely bred cats. We know for a fact that this kind of business model is something that is sustainable when you have good regulations in place. We also know that bans like this are business killers and are job killers. The World Pet Association, in fact, has come out in strong opposition to this, and in August sent a letter to the council saying that if they were to pass a ban, that they would be forced to reevaluate bringing Super Zoo here, which is the North America's largest pet trade show. Super Zoo every year brings over 4,000 businesses to Las Vegas and 22,000 visitors. It's also on the Gold 100 for largest conventions every year within the United States, and is something that they take very seriously because as an industry, we're constantly trying to move forward and better the industry. And rather than enforcing a ban, what we would look at doing is building on the good regulations that Las Vegas already has. Doing things that increase consumer protection, increase transparency, and then working with the industry to make sure that we can help pay for it. We would appreciate a vote no on this and bringing everyone to the table for common sense regulation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor Berkeley and members of council. My name is Bridget Murphy, last name M-U-R-P-H-Y, and I'm here to read a statement on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Las Vegas Valley Humane Society. First, we want to sincerely thank Mayor Shelley Berkeley and Councilwoman Nancy Brune for bringing forward Bill 2025-35 and for recognizing the urgent need to address the cruel puppy mill pipeline in our city. Your leadership and willingness to confront this issue means so much to those of us who deeply care about animal welfare. While this ordinance is a meaningful step toward ending the sale of commercially bred animals in Las Vegas, and we strongly encourage you to vote yes in support of it, we do share concerns about the 3-year delay in enforcement, as we've learned from experience that time and loopholes can undo good intentions. In 2016, the City Council passed a strong ordinance banning the sale of animals from breeders and required pet stores to partner with shelters and rescues. But just a year later, that progress was reversed under industry pressure in a narrow 4-3 vote. By 2018, weakened rules once again allowed the sale of commercially bred animals, provided they were spayed or neutered, offering little to no real protection for these animals. When Clark County enacted its own ban in 2022, many of those same stores simply moved into Las Vegas city limit, exploiting the loophole that remains today. Now, nearly a decade later, Las Vegas has the chance to close the gap and show real leadership. Neighboring jurisdictions have already taken meaningful action. Clark County's ban went into effect last year, and both Henderson and North Las Vegas have adopted similar restrictions on retail pet sales. Las Vegas should be a leader in animal welfare, not the last city in our community to stand up to puppy mills. It is time for Las Vegas to stand with the more than 500 communities across the nation that have already ended the sale of puppies in pet shops and demonstrate that our city chooses compassion and progress over outdated policies. This time, we must ensure the loophole is closed once and for all, so that no pet store can continue to profit from the cruelty under the guise of compliance and for these businesses to be held accountable to phase out and close their doors for good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Danielle Roth with Retriever Rescue of Las Vegas. Good morning. I hope you all are having a good day. I'm here today to ask you to vote yes in ordinance of Bill 2025-35. Why buy from a pet store when you can adopt? That's obviously where our rescues stand. Shelters everywhere are filled with puppies and wonderful dogs too. In fact, 29% of the dogs in shelters are puppies. So there is no need for a pet store or an online store to be selling these innocent lives. In addition, we have ethical human breeders here in Nevada that families can go to. And these are very good breeders that have been licensed by you and by our state. If ethical breeders won't sell their puppies to puppy stores, then why is Las Vegas pet stores to sell puppies in unimaginable puppy mills? Please make the ethical choice and responsible choice. Please vote yes in ordinance to stop the retail sales of puppies and kittens in puppy stores. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ken Kirkpatrick. I'm the owner of Petland Las Vegas. I thought I had 3 minutes. I wrote a 3-minute speech. I'm going to do my best to talk really, really fast. Okay. Puppy mills, the truth. Humane World tells you that pet store puppies come from puppy mills. About 4 months ago, the Humane World even created a document attacking my Petland Las Vegas store. It listed 20 bad breeders that we recently sourced from. That was their words. The document included pictures of the breeders' facilities taken from USDA reports and drive-by photos. Most of the photos were dated from 2021 and earlier, over 4 years ago. What they didn't tell you is that 90% of those breeders, 18 out of 20, we had already stopped using from before their document was ever created. We did this due to our continuing review of the breeders and a commitment to standards that these breeders did not meet. 13 of them we had not sourced from for over 3 years prior to that document being issued. This is the type of misleading narrative that Humane World continues to use for fundraising and to push pet stores to closure in Las Vegas. Predatory lending. Humane World will also tell you that our stores use predatory financing to sell puppies that contain crazy interest rates to unsuspecting customers. The truth is that we use 3 outside financing sources. If qualified, they range from 0% interest from 6 to 12 months, 5.99% from 18 to 60 months, or a revolving Petland branded credit card that carries a 35.9% rate. For reference, Dillard's is 32.5 and Macy's is 33.5. The closure of pet stores is not going to change the demand at all in the city of Las Vegas. According to the Better Business Bureau, online pet scams make up 35% of all online shopping scams. The Better Business Bureau Scam Risk Report previously identified pets as the #1 subject of online purchase scams. It's estimated that 80% of pet ads online may be fraudulent. Due to the emotional nature of pet adoption, buyers often let their guard down, making puppy sales an exceptionally effective and prevalent online scam. That's Better Business's words. Animal Foundation. Humane World makes the claim that puppies from pet stores can be readily found at the local animal shelter. Last night, I reviewed the website. I found that there was 295 dogs available for online adoption. Of those, 119 were pit bull or pit bull mix, and 35 were shepherd or shepherd mix. That makes up over 52% of the dogs available for adoption. There's a glaring absence of golden retrievers, French bulldogs, golden doodles, Yorkies, dachshunds, all the type of breeds that our customers come looking for. Finally, in a summary, we are an iconic store. Petland Las Vegas has been there for over 25 years. My grandkids and my children have went there. Oh, one other thing. We found 1 puppy on the adoption site for the Animal Foundation. 1, not 29%. That's less than 1%. If we practice bad business and treated our customers poorly, why would we still be doing business 25 years later? We've never had a citation by animal control.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry.
Last point, you're going to lose millions of dollars of sales tax revenue, and you're killing small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Your Honor, members of the council. Warren Hardy, representing Humane World from Nevada.
Good
Or
morning.
for Animals Humane World. Good morning. I am not going to engage in ad hominem attacks this morning. I want to talk more generally about philosophy. I've gotten discouraged that this somehow has become a litmus test as to whether or not you as council members are pro-business or not pro-business. I think I can speak to this as well as anyone. I've known most of you for a long time, some of you a really long time. I spent my career defending business. I would suggest that there was probably never a member of the legislature that was considered more pro-business than I was in defending pro-business. What does that mean? Does that mean I have an obligation to allow businesses to do whatever they want and continue to defend them and continue to defend their right to stay open and do what they want? I got very frustrated with that at the end of my career because there's moral obligations, there's ethical obligations as businesses. I have told many of you, all of you, I think, that I think the window of responsibility and obligation for government to get involved in businesses is about that narrow. I've spent my entire career saying to elected officials, don't get involved in business. But there comes a point when morals and ethics has to rule or has to be considered. I've argued many times for letting common sense regulation go into effect before we do these kinds of bans and these kinds of regulations. I would submit that you did do common sense regulation in 2016, and it has not fixed the problem. With regard to all the comments that were made before me, we have documentation. As the kids say, we have receipts, and facts are stubborn things. We very much appreciate your support on this as a common sense approach to helping the businesses in Nevada be better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Lori Heron, Loriheeren, and I'm the Executive Director of Nevada SPCA. We are a privately funded no-kill animal shelter. Yesterday, we had to stop intake of our dogs because our shelter is full. And it's not full just because of backyard breeders. It's full for all of the reasons that are causing pet homelessness in our community. Pet overpopulation and subsequent pet homelessness is a multi-headed monster, and we need to cut off all the heads. Spay Neuter Resources, thank you, Madam Mayor, for supporting funding, and our organization will continue to raise private funds to support more free spay and neuter resources. Backyard breeding, I applaud the City of Las Vegas Animal Protection Services for Operation Positive Change for their recent crackdown on illegal breeders. And finally, we need to cut the head off of the puppy pipeline to the pet stores. If you go to our website right now, you're going to see lots of breeds, including purebred dogs and puppies. We literally have people turn puppies into our shelters with their receipts, including receipts from Petland, because the puppy has grown up and they've not done enough in the first year. And sadly, because of our economic times, they do not have the resources oftentimes to take care of the puppies and their dogs and all of their other animals. So I'm here today to implore you to join the other jurisdictions in Southern Nevada to ban pet stores in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Lindsay Amar, A-I-M-A-R. I am a Las Vegas resident, voter, and small business owner who sells pet products, not pets. I'm here to urge you to vote yes on the Humane Pet Store Ordinance, Bill number 2025-35. As someone who cares deeply about animals, I believe this ordinance is an essential step in the right direction. Our shelters are in crisis, as you just heard, and it's only getting worse. They are overflowing with dogs and cats all waiting for a home. Every day, more animals are arriving and resources are stretched extremely thin. The last thing we should be doing is bringing in more animals from out-of-state inhumane breeding operations, better known as puppy mills, where animals are kept in heartbreaking conditions, bred repeatedly, and transported across state lines only to be sold to unsuspecting families. Opponents are claiming laws like this don't work. They say they will increase backyard breeders, but that argument isn't backed by evidence. In states where similar laws have already taken effect, there is no verified data showing a rise in illegal breeding. Humane laws work. In states and cities where these laws have passed, we've seen the amount of puppy mills licensed to sell online and to pet stores decline, meaning tens of thousands of dogs are no longer suffering in confined cages in horrific conditions. We also know the size of the breeding facilities have declined. Change doesn't happen overnight, and we know some sellers will break the law and avoid getting a license, but that is an issue that has always existed, even before pet store laws, and those without a license can and should be reported to authorities. Dismantling the puppy pipeline will take time, enforcement, and education, but we have to start somewhere. By passing Bill 2025-35, you'll be making a clear statement that Las Vegas stands for kindness over cruelty and responsibility over exploitation. I urge you to please vote yes on the Humane Pet Store Ordinance. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else? Oh, yes. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Mariola Latowska. I'm a local foster mom and rescuer. I am here to urge you to ban the retail sale of pets in Las Vegas. We know from recent investigations that our puppy stores source from awful puppy mills. Is there a way to show photos today? Okay, perfect. How good. Okay. There we go.
Yeah, we're good.
This one. Okay, perfect. Under USDA standards, these dogs are often confined in cramped wire cages that are only 6 inches larger than their bodies. This is not just temporarily, this is how they live their entire lives. This is from Humane World for Animals, these pictures. They are bred with little regard for their health, leading to sick puppies that are shipped all over the country and sold at puppy stores like the ones we allowed to operate in Las Vegas. I don't know about you, but if I had the chance to take business away from places like this, I wouldn't even think twice. Buyers of these puppies are often misled into thinking that they are getting a healthy, ethically bred dog, and they would never buy from these stores if they were truly aware of the cruelty behind it. This is Wyatt. Let's see. He's a parvo-positive puppy that was purchased from Petland at the end of August. Wyatt's owner was given a clean bill of health when she purchased him, only to find out that he was very sick. She immediately let the store know, and they refused to help or take any accountability for the emotional distress and thousands of dollars in vet bills that resulted from trying to save his life. They also didn't quarantine the remaining puppies in their store, proving that they value profit over the health and safety of their animals. Voting yes on this ordinance today is a step in the right direction, and this is just a small part of the massive, complex animal crisis in Las Vegas, and this is something that we have control over. I wish it was less than 3 years, because as a rescuer, I see the urgency of what's going on firsthand. Shipping in all of these puppies into our city is absurd, while every single day, our rescues have to say no to pets in need, every single day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor Berkeley and members of the council. My name's Taryn Tull, Tull. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at the Animal Foundation. I'd like to thank you for revisiting the issue of puppy mill stores within the city of Las Vegas and taking this issue seriously. It will make a tremendous difference for both animals and our community. As you're aware, our shelter and other local rescue organizations, many of which you've heard from today, are facing a critical overcrowding crisis. As of this morning, we have almost 700 animals on site at our shelter, approximately 500 of which are dogs and puppies. One of the major drivers behind this is the ongoing availability of puppies through retail pet stores, many of which source their animals from out-of-state puppy mills and from unregulated breeders. We regularly receive animals who are purchased from these stores or from other irresponsible breeders. Many arrive with serious medical issues, including congenital defects and untreated illnesses. These are a direct result of poor breeding practices and inadequate care. It's truly heartbreaking. This ordinance would also create an opportunity for responsible businesses to partner with shelters and rescues, a partnership model that's been successful in other communities and one that we would welcome here. The variety of cats, kittens, dogs, and puppies available for adoption in our community is nearly endless. We see everything arrive at our shelter, from Yorkies and French Bulldogs to Golden Retrievers and Poodles, alongside countless wonderful mixed breeds at our shelter. We also receive large numbers of rabbits, guinea pigs, and other small pocket pets. There are also breed-specific rescues and responsible licensed breeders who provide humane alternatives. In order to protect animals, consumers, and the integrity of our communities, we as your partner urge you to lead the way by voting yes for Bill 2025-35. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Good morning.
And Mayor Berkeley, Councilwoman Brenny, thank you for bringing this forward. Patricia Reed, for the record, I'm sorry, R-E-I-D is last name. Ms. Kelly, I want to welcome you to the council. This is my first time speaking since you've joined, so hopefully I won't offend you today, but I want you all to know that you're getting a pass on the grievances side, at least from me, because none of you were here in 2017 for that last fiasco. This is deja vu for me, because there were so many of us here in 2017 when that bill that was ready to go was killed by Fiore, Soroka, Barlow, and former Mayor Goodman. The problem is that when we left, we were furious, and I apologize because you have incurred some of that wrath that we have felt as a result of what happened then. But let's look at what happened since then. You talk about karma. Ricky Barlow went to jail. Soroka doesn't have a job here anymore. I mean, we could go on and on. But the biggest issue has to be the fact that we were called criminals by the former Ward 6 council person. And I would like to put that out because this is what thank you. This is what I posted in the back of my last day that I was here when she sat up there. She called us criminals. Now, because of that, we have continued to fight and fight and fight. And this is an opportunity for us to have some good news because if you haven't read and you haven't seen, we need some good news right now. As for the pet sales, tens of thousands of dollars have been given in campaign donations. And for a fact, we know, I remember back when this Fiore was involved with all of this, that we did see thousands of dollars on her campaign list. So I am just here to ask, please, please pass this bill. We need it desperately. The animals need it desperately.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And just for the record, I received a letter from State Treasurer Zach Conine early this morning in support of this ordinance, which I will submit it for the record. Thank you all. Oh, yes. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. I just wanted to bring something to your attention on the agenda. Item number 12 is why we're here, for possible action to approve the ratification of the commission. Shondell Newsom for the record. The ratification of commission for the Las Vegas Centennial Award for $213,600 to the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority. I think that should be the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Committee for the 2026 and 27 parade. So I just wanted to make sure that you didn't vote that in and then we start spending money and then you guys come back and tell us we don't have money. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Okay. City Attorney, is that just a simple fix?
I apologize. I missed, what was the correction you wanted to make?
Right now, if you look at agenda item number 12, which is on the consent agenda, it says that the money that was voted on by the Commission for the Las Vegas Centennial awarded $213,600, and it says to the Southern Nevada Regional Housing
Right, and it's the committee.
Authority.
Yeah, that was actually Mayor 1 that was flagged by Community Development. I'll restate it when we get to the consent item, just so we put it clearly on the record for the clerk's office. But yeah, we will just make that verbally.
Thank you for helping us with that clarification. Agenda item number 9 for possible action. Any items from the 9:30 a.m. session that the council, staff, and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
I have no items.
All right. In that case, is there a need to vote? No, there's no need to vote. Agenda item number 10, for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference of the September 30th, 2025 Special City Council meeting. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Move to approve the minutes.
Please post. Motion passes. Agenda item number 11. Item numbers 11 through 32 are on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine, are recommended for approval by the departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward? Do you clarify at this time?
Yes, ma'am. I'll make the clarification now. As you just mentioned, along with the gentleman, on item number 12, the community development consent item, the payment from the Centennial Award of $213,600 is in fact going to the MLK Parade Committee rather than the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority. So we'll make that correction in the clerk's notes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion for the consent agenda for items 11 through 32?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Please vote. Post.
We don't have a pop-up. Ms. Holmes. No. Aye.
Aye. Motion, I believe, passes. Agenda item 33, report by Mike Jansen, City Manager, and discussion for possible action regarding a new 2-year collective bargaining agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Las Vegas Police Protection Association not to exceed $3,008,075 from the general fund. This affects all wards. Mr. Jansen.
Good morning, Mayor Berkeley, members of City Council, Mike Jansen, City Manager. With me today on this item 33 to my right is?
Sue Brown. And to my right?
Morgan Davis. All right. Mayor and Council, as you know, we're only as good as our team, and our team is made up of a whole lot of city employees that many of which are represented by labor contracts. And earlier this year, we brought before you a 2-year contract with our City Employees Association. We followed that by a 2-year contract with our Las Vegas Fire and Rescue. And today, we're here to bring before you a 2-year contract with our Police Protective Association. This is the union that represents our Department of Public Safety marshals as well as our municipal court marshals. And so I have some specific words I need to enter into the record as required by NRS, but what I would like to do before I get into those official NRS words is just take a moment to thank our negotiating team on this particular contract. And Sue and Morgan certainly were key to the team, but also our HR Director, Vincent Mora, our HR Manager, Rick Hunt, our Deputy City Attorney, Nicole Garcia, and a whole bunch of other folks, but the key core team to work through the process that is necessary for a labor contract. As many of you know, the team is really important, and I want to just take a minute to thank them. Also, I want to thank the negotiating team on the LVPPA. That was Dan Coyne, the treasurer, and Kelly Sweeney, the director of employee relations. And so with that kind of setup, Mayor, the message that I need to enter into the record is as follows per NRS. In accordance with NRS 288-153, as City Manager, I am required to report on the fiscal impact of the new 2-year agreement with the Las Vegas Police Protective Association. The new agreement will be in effect from July 1, 2025 to June 30th, 2027. The estimated fiscal impact of the agreement is not to exceed $3,008,075. And with that official NRS message into the record, I'd like to turn the next portion of this presentation over to our Deputy Director of Human Resources, Sue Brown.
Thank you, Mike. Good morning, Mayor, Council.
Good morning.
For the record, Sue Brown, Deputy Director, Human Resources. I just have a very short presentation today to go over some of the highlights of the contract. By way of background, the LVPPA bargaining unit is the Las Vegas Police Protective Association, and they represent approximately 124 City of Las Vegas employees, including court marshals, deputy city marshals, and sergeants. Negotiations started in March of 2025. The LVPPA declared impasse after 8 meetings. However, even after impasse, we continued our conversations. And on September 29th, we reached a tentative agreement. The LVPPA membership voted to approve the 2-year agreement with 90% of the membership voted, and 86% were in favor of the contract. Wages. It is a 2-year contract, so in year 1 of the collective bargaining agreement, we are providing a 2.6% COLA, which is aligned with CPI. In addition to that, we're also giving a 1.6% salary increase for a total of 4.2%. We will also be doing a partial merge of the 2-tier wage structure that was put in place back in 2011. Employees who are at the top of the salary range as of July 1st, 2025 will receive a $1,500 one-time cash that is not PERS compensable. And finally, we're also adding K-9 pay to the wage article in the contract. In year 2 of the contract, we are aligning the COLA with CPI. This is standard language that's currently in the contract, and it is staying in the contract. We won't know what the CPI is until January of 2026, but we do have a range. It's a floor of 2% and a ceiling of 3%. In addition to the COLA, we are doing the final merge of the 2-tier wage structure, and then also, again, a $1,500 one-time cash for employees at the top of the salary range on July 1st, 2026. The estimated total cost of the 2-year agreement is not to exceed $3,008,075, and this is the total cost of the 2-year agreement. In terms of non-compensable changes, we did go through a number of articles that has mostly language changes, and I've listed them here for you to review. Article 5 is Employee Rights and Association Business. We're allowing up to 3 board members to attend annual convention. Article 8, Holiday, 13, Disability, and Article 14, Grievance Procedures, are just minor language updates. Article 15, Medical. Currently, PPA employees are covered under the city's health plan. As of January 1, 2026, they will be moving over to Teamsters. Article 16, Reductions in Force. Article 20, Seniority, are both language updates. We did add a new article to cover special assignments, and it outlines all the rotation periods. And we do have a new letter of agreement to conduct open and continuous recruitments for entry-level and lateral deputy city marshals and muni court marshals. This letter of agreement will allow us to recruit and hire employees at a much faster rate. Once again, as Mike mentioned, we would like to thank the LVPPA negotiating team. Dan Coyne and Kelly Sweeney is in the audience today, as well as thanking Harmony Berkman, Jonathan Burdett, Kevin DeRosa, Stephanie Hunter, Matthew Long, and Troy Williams. And on the city side, of course, I would like to thank Morgan Davis and Nicole Garcia from the City Attorney's Office, Rick Hunt and Vince Zamora in Human Resources, as well as the City Manager's Office for their support. Oops. And that is the end of the presentation. Do you have anything to add, Morgan?
No.
Thank you. Do you have, no, okay. Thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments from members of the council? Seeing none, is there a motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I just would like to say, for the marshals who are in the room and the marshals who are out protecting our city parks and our facilities and doing all the other things that they are asked to do at this point in time, they're some of the finest officers that I've worked with, and I'm really grateful for the team that the city has and for the work they put into that. With that, I would like to make a motion to approve.
Thank you so much. And let me echo everything the Mayor Pro Tem just said. Shall we vote? Please post. Aye. Oh, are we doing ayes? Is this verbal? Okay. Yeah, we're okay. You're not, okay. I believe that this motion has passed. I think. I got it, okay. Thank you so much, and thank you all so much.
Thanks, Sue.
So why are they not coming
I don't know why. I haven't even navigated off of the page. Sometimes when you're doing other things, but I haven't even toggled.
All right, she's going to try. While we're trying to fix our technological glitch, let's go to agenda item 34, I'm sorry. Hearing and discussion for possible action regarding a complaint for disciplinary action against A2 Management LLC, doing business as U.S. Motel, and Arpit Patel, managing member, whose place of business is located at 2500 East Fremont Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89102, as holders of the motel license number G72-06385 for violations of the Las Vegas Municipal Code. This is Ward 3, Councilwoman Diaz.
Good morning.
Good morning. Would you all mind identifying yourself?
Sure. Paul Mata, Deputy City Attorney in the Civil Division.
Darcy Edelby-Hurd, Business Licensing Manager.
Adam Seeley, Captain, Downtown Area Command.
Jesse Colin-Bernstein, Lieutenant with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Good morning. Mike Beatty on behalf of A2 Management and Respondent Arpit Patel.
Okay. Can I hear from the city, please?
Yes, Mayor. We are ready to proceed with the hearing. We are here today to discuss possible disciplinary action involving U.S. Motel, a motel located at 2500 East Fremont Street at the corner of Charleston and Fremont. I will give a brief overview of the situation. Darcy Adelby-Hurd will then go over some of the specific misconduct at issue, and then officers from Metro will go into further detail about the serious concerns with this property. U.S. Motel will then have an opportunity to respond. While the current licensee, which is A2 Management and Arpit Patel, have only been licensed to operate for just over a year now, throughout this time, this business has been the source of continuous, serious criminal activity. As a result, Metro had no choice but declare this business a chronic nuisance and issued an emergency shutdown of the business in September. The factual evidence presented will show that there is good cause to find that U.S. Motel operates as a chronic and public nuisance, and that U.S. Motel has operated in an unlawful and impermissible manner. So, at the end of today's presentation, I will ask this council to make these conclusions and move to permanently revoke the business license of A2 Management LLC, DBA U.S. Motel, and its managing member, Arpit Patel. We are also recommending that council add an additional condition pursuant to Las Vegas Municipal Code Section 6.188120 that A2 Management LLC, Arpit Patel, and any of its agents may not seek a new business license at this location for the next year. So with that, I will turn it over to Darcy Adelby-Hurd.
Good morning. So as Paul has already said, I'm going to have a brief summary, and then Metro has a presentation as well. Most of the activities are on the criminal nature. So the item is for a complaint for disciplinary action filed by the department against A2 Management LLC, doing business as U.S. Motel. This is located at 2500 Fremont Street, and its managing member, Arpit Patel. Staff is recommending revocation of this license due to the property's continued operation as a public nuisance under LVMC 6.02330. The U.S. Motel has been the subject of numerous investigations and enforcement actions over the past year, both by business licensing and LVMPD. Metro will identify ongoing criminal activity, including sex trafficking of minors, prostitution, narcotics activity, and violent crimes occurring on the property. The property was declared a chronic nuisance on August 20th, 2025, and Metro issued an emergency suspension of the business license on September 12th, 2025. The department's record further shows multiple violations of Title VI and Title XIX, including failure to maintain a guest register, unlicensed long-term occupancy, and repeated bounced checks and non-payment for room taxes. Over the course of this year, correction notices were issued for failure to maintain the proper public register, long-term stays beyond the 6 days that they're allowed, and the failure to report changes in the business operations. At the time the complaint was filed, lien assessments were filed for unpaid room taxes totaling over $15,000 for this location alone, with additional liens and return checks tied to Mr. Patel for 2 other motel properties on Fremont Street, City Center Motel and the Economy Motel. As of yesterday, the balances for this location have been paid in full. Collectively, these properties have accumulated 8 liens totaling over $66,000 and over 20 return checks. The ongoing pattern of noncompliance, failure to correct violations, and criminal activity at the site demonstrates a disregard for the city's regulations and the safety to the public. With that background on the licensing actions, we'll turn it over to Metro to present their findings and provide additional details on law enforcement activity at the property. Staff recommends revocation. However, if the license is not revoked, staff recommends the following 12 conditions. Do I read all 12? Okay, let me read into the record the 12 conditions. This license authorizes motel transient rental activity as defined in Title 19. Rental periods may not exceed 7 consecutive days, and reoccurring rentals to the same individual are prohibited. The licensee must remit monthly room tax payments. Failure to pay within 30 days may result in civil fines. A current roster of all staff, including full-time or part-time employees or independent contractors or volunteers, must be kept on file and made available to city staff or LVMPD upon request. This roster shall include contact information and legal place of residence information. All guests, visitors, and staff must have a valid government-issued photo identification in their possession while on the property. A copy of the photo identification for all guests and visitors must be retained and attached to the room registration record. The property must have and maintain adequate and sufficient exterior lighting to deter criminal activity. The property must have and maintain functional security cameras that provide full coverage of all interior common areas and exterior areas. Security footage must be stored for at least 30 days and shall be made available upon request to LVMPD and city staff. A city and state licensed security company approved under NRS 648 must be contracted to provide continuous security services. Cameras must be actively monitored, and at least one security guard shall patrol the exterior at all times. Any arrests, citations, or police calls for service initiated by the business must be reported to business licensing via email to blcompliance@lasvegasnevada.gov within 48 hours of the incident. The director may place the licensee on the next available agenda for city council for disciplinary action if there are any violations of license conditions or any applicable local, state, or federal laws or regulations. And the last one, LVMPD may order an emergency closure if these conditions are violated. So with that, I'll turn it over to Metro for their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, I am Adam Seeley, S-E-E-L-Y. I'm the captain of LVMPD's Downtown Area Command. The first picture that you'll see is the U.S. Motel at 2500 East Fremont. I wanted everybody to see the opportunity where it was located based on some of the things I'm going to be sharing, comparative motels in the area. And this area is often referred to by LVMPD as 5 Points. So in the summer of 2025, specifically in the months of July and August, I saw, as the captain of Downtown Area Command, a significant uptick in violent crime in the area of 5 Points. Again, Charleston, Eastern, and Fremont, where they all meet in that intersection. I asked for assistance from LVMPD analytical support, and they were able to provide me with several properties that were seeing a significant uptick in violent calls for service, narcotics, prostitution. The most prolific of those properties, or rather the one that had the highest amount, was in fact the U.S. Motel. Those calls for service included narcotics dealing, overdoses, prostitution, sex trafficking of children, and violent calls for service. I will go into it a little bit further, but meetings with the owner and myself did garner no overall change. So Arpit Patel, through A2 Management and Boulevard Motel Group LLC, purchased the property in July of 2023. And now where I'd like to bring everybody's attention on this slide, if you look at the first column where it says CFS, that stands for calls for service. And then if you go down to where it says 1/1/24 to 9/16/24, you will see that for approximately 9 months in 2024, we had 7 calls for service at that property. Once that property was owned and the ownership group changed, year to date from 1/1/25 to 9/16/25, we had 77 calls for service. I do want to specifically say that those were calls for service not generated by LVMPD or proactive activity in that area. Those were calls for service being called in by citizens in that area. Prostitution-related activity increased on Fremont Street in that 5 Points area in the surrounding area of the motel. Again, I've included some numbers here. As you could see from 2022, 75 events, slight decrease in 2023 to 65, but from 2024 to 2025, and the 2025 number is year to date, we went from 88 to 98. So we are trending at this point at, we're expecting to finish, based on analytics, about a 15% increase in prostitution-related activities in that immediate area. Comparative motels, 2855 Fremont Street, so at right near 28th and Fremont, the Crown Motel. Again, I'll bring your attention to just 2025. If you look year to date, they have had 4 calls for service, and that includes any proactive Metro car stops, vehicle stops in that area. By comparison, the U.S. Motel has 350. And again, they are immediately located in that same area. They're similar in size and have similar business models as to the length that people are allowed to stay there, and so on and so forth. 1808 Fremont Street, the Sterling Gardens. Again, 2025 year to date, 26 calls for service and proactive incidents involving LVMPD, compared to the U.S. Motel at 350. So on August 7, 2025, an in-person meeting occurred at Downtown Area Command with Mr. Arpit Patel, Meyer Patel, myself, Lieutenant Ransom Biza, Sergeant Tom Harmon, and Administrative Assistant Aaron Blakey Kelly. The following topics were discussed: requesting photo IDs, conducting background checks for tenants, enforcing visitors to register, enforcing unregistered persons to be removed, hiring reputable security guards. On August 14, 2025, an email was sent from Sergeant Harmon to Arpit Patel following up on the in-person meeting. We did not receive a reply from Mr. Patel or a representative for Mr. Patel. Recommendations contained within the email were, again, the following: the completion of a crime-free multi-housing program through LVMPD and the implementation of a crime-free multi-housing program policy governing lighting, door locks, window locks, security cameras, and signage. The implementation of a policy requiring guests to present picture identification prior to renting space and to register their vehicles at check-in. The use of publicdata.com or some similar website to check the backgrounds of all prospective tenants. The implementation of a policy requiring the owner to keep records of all background checks. The implementation of policies governing visiting hours, trespassers, and evictions. The trespassing and eviction of any visitors at the property after visiting hours. The implementation of a policy preventing any lease less than 1 month in length or the hiring of private security, and to include multiple other security measures. On August 20th, 2025, chronic nuisance letter was mailed via certified mail to the owner of the U.S. Motel, Mr. Arpit Patel. We did receive receipt of delivery on August 25th. On August 21st, an inspection, 2025, an inspection of the U.S. Motel with Arpit Patel, myself, Sergeant Harmon, and occurred, and the chronic nuisance letter was hand-delivered to the owner of the U.S. Motel. At that point, there were no changes made of any of the recommendations we had made up to that point. That was noted in that inspection. And again, during that inspection that we did on-site with the owner, we also requesting of photo IDs, conducting background checks for tenants, enforcing visitors to register, enforcing unregistered persons to be removed. And then we also requested that the manager should live off site. Lieutenant Kamal Bernstein will go over that a little bit in his part of the presentation. On September 12, 2025, emergency suspension of business license hand-delivered to Yash Gandhi at the U.S. Motel after search warrant service resulted in 3 arrests of U.S. Motel employees. These arrests were for pandering and living under wages of a prostitution related to activities occurring at the U.S. Motel. I'm now going to allow Lieutenant Kamal Bernstein from our Safe Neighborhoods Bureau to talk about the significant events that occurred at that property.
Thank you, Captain Sealy.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Again, for the record, Jesse Kamal Bernstein. And like the Captain said, I'm in charge of the Vice section, which is housed in the Safe Neighborhoods Bureau and also encompasses the Narcotics section. I'm going to talk to you about some specific investigations and incidents that occurred on property. We'll start in January 18th of 2025. Officers recovered a 14-year-old child that was being trafficked near Charleston, Fremont during a person stop. That child told those officers they were a victim of sex trafficking and that a man staying at the U.S. Motel in room number 5 was forcing her to engage in commercial sex acts. The search warrant was obtained by my detectives and served on room number 5, and they located and arrested a 42-year-old male suspect for sex trafficking of a child under 16, kidnapping of a minor in the first degree, sex assault of a child under 16, and abuse and neglect. Of note, that person was a documented Crip gang member. They were wanted for a separate case involving kidnapping and battery domestic violence. And the reason that that child was recovered is because they were approaching vehicles and that officer felt they looked young. The victim also disclosed that they were made to complete a sex act upon that trafficker at the U.S. Motel. Next I'll speak to you about is in March 18th of 2025 involving another sex trafficking of a child investigation. It was a 17-year-old child that was recovered by my vice detectives during an undercover prostitution operation. That child identified her trafficker and vice detectives were able to locate him in the U.S. Motel room number 6. Again, a search warrant was served on that room and a 19-year-old trafficker was arrested. During the service of that warrant, another child victim of sex trafficking was recovered and returned to their guardian. That trafficker was arrested again for sex trafficking of a child under 16, kidnap of a minor in the first degree, sex assault of a child under 16, and child abuse and neglect. And just to expand a little bit about that, originally there was a victim that was found in the area of Tropicana and Cameron. They disclosed their victimization through follow-up, and our major violators detectives who are responsible for finding violent suspects located the suspect at the U.S. Motel. When they went there, they found another child victim that was within that motel. So it's 2 child victims located, found attached to that same trafficker who was operating out of the U.S. Motel. Next, in July 30th of 2025, there was a battery with a deadly weapon, in layman's term, a shooting. Officers responded to the U.S. Motel into room number 14. When they arrived, they found a male who was shot in the face. He was subsequently transported to an area hospital. A suspect was seen fleeing from the U.S. Motel. Officers made a stop of a ride share, took that suspect into custody. When they did, they found 8 bags of methamphetamine weighing 3.6 grams, and they arrested him for that investigation. Also of note, he had felony warrants unrelated to that case for assault with a deadly weapon, discharging a gun into a structure, and child abuse, and he was arrested for that shooting that occurred at the U.S. Motel. On August 11th of 2025, our narcotics section initiated a narcotics investigation, which led to a search warrant being served at the U.S. Motel room number 7. During that time, they recovered 1.3 grams of methamphetamine, 7.6 grams of fentanyl, 10.3 grams of marijuana. They also recovered the money they used during the undercover purchase operation, so we know that the money that was used by our detectives to buy that in undercover capacity was actually recovered within the room connecting that investigation, and they recovered a revolver. The suspect in that case had multiple violent prior arrests to include murder, robbery, and assault with a deadly weapon. Next, we'll talk about an arson that occurred on August 13th of 2025. An officer was conducting checks at the U.S. Motel due to an increase in crime. They noticed a building on fire, and they requested the fire department to respond. Once that fire was put out, they reviewed surveillance footage showing a man with lighter fluid going in and starting that fire. The suspect was located down the street, and he was also charged with arson first degree. Of note, if you look at that picture, there is a gas meter directly next to where that fire occurred. So thankfully, due to the fire department arriving quickly and extinguishing that fire, we didn't have a bigger explosion occur. Next, another search warrant from the narcotics section. That was in September 10th of 2025. They conducted another undercover operation at the U.S. Motel. The search warrant was obtained related to selling drugs at 3 different rooms. During the service of that warrant, they located 2 firearms, 36.1 grams of fentanyl, and 2 people were charged with trafficking in fentanyl, possession of a firearm during a drug offense, and child abuse and neglect. The child abuse and neglect charge hinges upon, as they were doing surveillance, they saw one of the target go from one room to another, and they made a connection, served warrants on both. What they found was the 2 people that were arrested were within one room, but the room that the female suspect had left had 2 children in there. Within that room, there was a firearm as well as narcotics and paraphernalia that were easily accessible to the children. So that was why they were charged with that. And then this will go into the search warrant and operation that my folks completed. So obviously, we were concerned about the recovery of juveniles within this property, and so we initiated a proactive investigation to see if employees were complicit with that activity. So and I'll detail kind of the 3 different days of operation as well as a search warrant that we took. So on August 8th, a undercover female detective approached the managers and the maintenance worker, and the manager agreed to give the room for 2 hours as opposed to the normal rental period. He also agreed to steer clients towards the room that she would be in, believing that she was involved in prostitution. The maintenance worker provided water and condoms, agreed to assist in the future, and exchanged phone numbers. The next day we were there for our operation was the 21st of August. Both the managers were present. They offered a reduced room rate for 2 hours for $90. Our undercover detective, again posing as somebody involved in prostitution, said she had 3 dates. The maintenance worker provided condoms and lubricant for free to help her in that operation. On August 28th, we went with our undercover again. We actually had a male detective that walked up and pretended to be a client of hers, and they went there together. Again, they got a room rate that was reduced. They agreed to take a portion of the payment for the room after the sex acts occurred. The manager, Annie, acknowledged that the UC was conducting prostitution and would then pay with those proceeds again from that date. The manager, Yash, was asked about purchasing condoms and directed them to Williams, who is the maintenance worker. And they also agreed to direct dates towards that room. We had another male detective that came in, and I won't share with you the very explicit thing that he said, but to the effect of, I'm here for the prostitution date. And that manager actually directed them to the specific room where they were at. When we were in those rooms, we staged them as though prostitution activities had occurred and document all that with photographs as well as reports documenting the steps taken during each one of those. On September 12th, we served a search warrant with the Vice Section of the Downtown Area Command. We recovered U.S. currency, condoms, cell phones, and then as well as video surveillance equipment. We conducted interviews with 2 of the 3 people involved. One of the managers, Yash, agreed to be interviewed. His wife did not, as well as the maintenance worker. Yash acknowledged that the UCs were prostitutes, acknowledged the condoms, and acknowledged that he commingled proceeds that he received from prostitution with the actual business money. That was verified when we searched his room and found those monies commingled. When speaking with the maintenance worker, he said there was lots of prostitution that occurs on the property. He acknowledged that he gave condoms to our undercover detective, acknowledged that he accepted money from our undercover detective, and acknowledged that he had in text conversations said he would provide free rooms that were outside of the camera coverage area to that undercover detective, believing that she was involved in prostitution. As a result, those 3 subjects, both managers as well as the maintenance worker who lived on site, were all charged with pandering and living from the earnings of a prostitute. Those are felony offenses. Just giving you a picture of medical responses specific to overdoses. Looking at data from Las Vegas Fire and Rescue from January to June of 2025, there was 9 distinct fire and medical responses related specifically to overdoses that occurred on their property.
So in summary, the U.S. Motel is a chronic nuisance under LVMC 904010. 3 or more nuisance activities exist or have occurred during any 30-day period. When a person associated with the property has engaged in 3 or more nuisance activities during any 30-day period on the property within 100 feet of the property. When a building or place is used for the purpose of unlawfully selling a controlled substance as defined in NRS Chapter 453, which is controlled substances. Meetings with the owner garnered no significant change during the several meetings that we had. to include August 7th, August 14th, and August 21st, all of 2025, which is what resulted in us issuing an emergency suspension of business license on September 12th, 2025 under LVMC 602.363 for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, safety, morals, good order, and general welfare within the city. The one thing that I would like to close with, and just be very candid for a moment, the violent crime problem during the months of August and in July and September that stemmed from this property, I wasn't sure what we were going to do. Most of our traditional crime fighting methods just simply weren't working. And at the direction of LVMPD's executive staff, specifically the sheriff, I had a marked patrol unit parked in that property for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That is an extremely rare occurrence when we have to dedicate a full-time resource to a motel that is, experiencing that much issue with public disorder and violent crime. Thank you for allowing us to present.
Thank you so much. Would you care to address the council?
Yes, Madam Mayor, council people. There's no question that the crimes that are alleged at this property are abhorrent. There is no universe where they should continue. But I would like to make it clear that my clients have undertaken significant efforts to remediate these issues and to address them. Now, the first thing that they've done is they are currently evaluating 24-hour-a-day security proposals from licensed security professionals. I've got copies of those proposals here if the council would like to review them. That will go a long way towards preventing these types of activities from going forward. In addition, my clients have retained the services of former Sergeant Victor Vigna of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department to consult with them on the prevention of these crimes. Sergeant Vigna has spent more than 10 years in the Vice Unit preventing these types of crimes specifically. And so the efforts to remediate these issues, to prevent these issues from going forward, are serious. My clients agree and, in fact, proposed many of the conditions that were proposed by the City Attorney's Office to retain their license. There's no objection to the idea that they should be under close supervision of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. There is no question that they should meet their obligations to the city, and they're prepared to do that. That being said, the vast majority of the crimes that have occurred on the property were reported by hotel staff, the vast majority of them. And each and every one of the employees that were implicated in these issues have since been terminated. And I will note that the charges against them were dismissed with prejudice by the courts. And while it is certainly unfortunate that these incidents are alleged to have happened, without there being convictions, I think it would be improper to attribute those crimes specifically to the management or the ownership of A2 Management and RP Patel. And so I would ask the council to consider these efforts. I'd ask the council also to hear from Sergeant Vigna so that he can describe the types of training and the types of efforts that he'll be instilling to ensure that the security personnel are able to prevent these activities going forward, and that they'll have the proper training and the proper education to recognize these types of activities when they are potentially about to occur. And so with the council's permission, I'd like to invite Sergeant Vigna up.
Please.
Good morning, Madam Mayor.
Good morning. Would
Council
you state
members.
your name for the record?
Councilwoman Kelly, congratulations. My name is Victor Vigna, V-I-G-N-A. I'm a retired sergeant with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. I'm here on behalf of the U.S. Hotel. I was asked to review the complaints and come up with some corrective measures so these problems wouldn't occur in the future. To give you a snapshot of my background, I'm a 25-year veteran with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. During my tenure, a majority of my career was spent in the Vice Narcotics section as a detective and as a supervisor. I had direct responsibility involved investigating all vice-related crimes, including arresting prostitutes and their clients, pandering and human trafficking suspects, prostitution-related grand larceny trick rolls, businesses that front for prostitution, escort, alcohol services, pornography involving minors, and child prostitution investigations, and also the demand side, John Sting, or customer investigations. I was federally deputized as a United States Marshal, as a special deputization, which I ran an Innocence Lost Task Force. It was a federal task force. I was a primary investigator in the development and implementation of a program called Operation Stop in 1997, which stood for Stop Turning Out Child Prostitutes, which gained national attention and dealt with the rehabilitation of child victims. I've been involved in over 500 investigations with the rehabilitation involving child victims. I was a supervisor in the Vice section of the Vice Narcotics Bureau. I ran the Human Trafficking Task Force, the Innocence Lost Task Force, the Pimp Investigation Team, and I was involved with hundreds of investigations dealing with violent pimps, human traffickers, and child and adult victims. I've instructed on the pimp and prostitute subculture, the game or the ism, and the exploitation of child prostitutes to the tourist safety security seminars, police departments, FBI field offices throughout the country, Western states, Eastern states, Vice Investigators Conference, the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and at Quantico, Virginia for the FBI Police Academy. I reviewed the complaints and the violations that were documented by the police. And again, I would like to commend all the hard work of the police department, because as an investigator, I know the hard work that they put into it, and I understand that this is a very serious problem, and that's why we want to correct it. After reviewing the complaints or the violations, I came up with a corrective action plan, which I shared with Mr. Beatty and also with the owner. First and foremost was the termination of all employees that were involved with the business, and to hire all new employees with a clear background investigation. I inquired and walked the property with a professional security company, Securitas. We went over surveillance equipment, we went over security, and we also went over lighting and correcting the perimeter fencing. In this packet, there's a proposal for the security guard's presence, hours, and what his duties will be. Unfortunately, the representative could not be here today. He was in a prior commitment out of state. Also, I have a submittal from Securitas for upgrading the security surveillance equipment that will capture all of the area of the U.S. motel, which the captain alluded to earlier. Repair or replace the perimeter and surrounding wall, which was in despair. I'm also going to teach a comprehensive 6 to 8 hour vice, human trafficking, sex trafficking class to every new employee, which will include human trafficking, pimps and prostitutes and their subculture, child victims of prostitution, vice-related thefts, trick rolls, grope and grabs, which are basically a pickpocket, alcohol entertainment services, HIV and prostitution-related crimes, prostitution-free zones, the demand side, Johns and tricks and customers, and then I'll also talk about crossing the line, about how officers have crossed the line and have been involved now in prostitution. Some of the signs that I'll be more specific to the employees, signs to recognize, will address the front desk, reception, security, bellman if applicable, housekeeping, maintenance, and valet if applicable, how to document, report, and response, check lists of indicators, training, signage, and the communication with law enforcement. I've also reached out to Children of the Night in Los Angeles, and I have a commitment from them that they will provide any resource that I need to include outreach, signage, or any counseling. It was a program we used when I was in the vice narcotics section. Also, I have ordered signs for the property for human trafficking awareness, which are on order. To address more specifically, as the captain alluded to, screen the tenants diligently, watch out for suspicious tenant activity, such as high turnover, occupancy in a room, use of multiple names at check-in. Establish a strict visitor policy, consider limiting the number of visitors per room and banning visitors after certain hours. Hiring a professional uniform security service on a 24-hour basis, which I have here in the proposal. Create a checklist for management, which I already created. It's in this, also in this binder, on what to look for, red flags, and how to report. Require all guests to be present, all guests to present photo identification and vehicle information at check-in. No room rental by the hour. All guests must be legal age and that rent the room. Monitor online activity, register for alerts, or property name used in any sex advertisements online. Additional signage and postage, which I discussed earlier. I've also created a formal trespass log to monitor and document trespass persons from the property, which they can provide to law enforcement, and also a suspicious activity report, which they could be either handwritten or implemented into their software, which could be sent to the police department. As a supervisor with the Vice Narcotics Section, I had a ongoing rapport with the hotel industry where I had a liaison at every hotel that were providing me with information. I would extend that invitation to the police department again, where we would have open dialogue with the police department to where we didn't have to call 911, didn't have to call 311. We would have an officer we could call and deliver this suspicious activity in person.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments from the council members? Ms. Valensky.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Retired Sergeant Vega, thanks for joining us today. When were you retained by Mr. Patel or A2 Management?
About 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago?
Yes, ma'am.
This has been a public nuisance for over 2 years. Horrible crimes have taken place here, and you were retained 3 weeks ago to help ameliorate the problem.
That's when I was contacted, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you all for your information and for providing us with this background. And thank you, Sergeant, for giving us an overview of the type of training that you could provide this business. I have a dear friend of mine whose daughter was trafficked. This is not a game and it's not funny. And for this business to know all this time what was going on in its property and doing absolutely zero to address the issue is maddening to me. When we have young ladies who are trafficked, the amount of work that it takes to try and to rehabilitate them is unbelievable. I was a legal secretary before I got into politics, and I worked at the courthouse, and I know a lot about the programs that were put into place, much like our specialty courts. They have specialty courts for young women or just people who have been trafficked. The trauma, the PTSD, the lack of self-worth because they have been beat down emotionally, often physically, and to take this lightly when you absolutely, your owner had a chance to do something early, shows me that this was not an important issue to you, that you didn't care, that you didn't feel that it was necessary to build a relationship, a rapport with the police department to help because they offered, and your employer chose that it wasn't important to them, that collecting dollars, that allowing people to be abused so that you can get $90 an hour in a room was way, way more important than the lives of these young women who were probably homeless, maybe even have substance use issues. These are human beings. And when we are so heartless that we don't see because we don't want to see, and you've had a couple of years to deal with this, it's a problem for me.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Bruni?
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for you, Captain Seeley. You mentioned that you had your first meeting with the owners on August 7th. What was their reaction in the meeting? Did they verbally commit to moving forward on some of these recommendations? I know subsequently you sent emails that were not responded to, but what did they commit to, or what was their, I guess, disposition in that first meeting, please?
So the first meeting with Mr. Patel, I was optimistic. He did tell me that he would start to implement the recommended changes, but it was the meeting after that where there were still no changes, and then it led to the chronic nuisance and the emergency suspension. But we made it very clear in that meeting as well that there was in fact sex trafficking of children occurring on that property, and he said everything that needed to be said to make me feel confident that changes would be made, but they just never ended up making any of the changes or recommendations that we had for them.
Let me follow up on Ms. Bruni's question. Let me understand this. You met on a number of occasions that was set forth in your summary, August 7th, August 14th, August 21st, with Mr. Patel. Did you tell him the findings that you have reported today to the City Council?
Yes, ma'am.
So he was aware of what was happening on his property?
Yes, ma'am, to include the sex trafficking of children, the narcotics-related offenses, the arsons, and the discharging of firearm on his property.
Thank you so much. Is there a motion, Councilwoman Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have maybe a question or two for Lieutenant Kamal Bernstein regarding the arson incident. I believe I understood that that was reported by Metro to our fire because you guys saw the fire flaming and that was not called in from the property, and I wanted to know if there was a call for service from the actual motel or this was flagged by you all to our fire department.
Yes, Councilman, for the record, Jesse Colin Bernstein. Yes, that was the 24/7 unit that was stationed on that property, as the captain mentioned, to negate any future violent crimes, sex trafficking, things of that nature.
Okay, so it was reported by Metro and not actually the property management team on site?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Obviously, everything that's been reported here is very concerning, especially not just to the council and the mayor, but to myself as a representative of Ward 3. We obviously stay in contact. Captain Seeley and I are always in communication about hot spots and things that are not going right. And 5 Points, our hair had been on fire for a really long time. And it's super unfair that then the neighbors surrounding that motel have to suffer because forever the management and the ownership didn't care about anybody else and not even care about its property. I mean, who in their right mind would be proud that there is minor prostitution happening in their motel, that there's narcotics being sold, that their property is being lit on fire? I mean, those are really significant telltale signs. And for Metro to go to Mr. Patel and Mr. Patel not to really engage at that point, that to me just shows how checked out and how there is complete disregard for our public peace, our health, our safety, and good order and general welfare of the city. Forget about U.S. Motel. What about the rest of us that have to deal with the aftermath and Metro being sucked in there for extra patrols and our fire department being deployed for OD calls all the time? This is unacceptable, completely unacceptable. The information shared by Mrs. Adelby Hurd, Captain Seeley, Lieutenant Kamal Bernstein, and also our Attorney Mata shows and confirms that there is good cause to find that the U.S. Motel is operating as a public and chronic nuisance in our city, and that will not be tolerated, period. The activities that were identified in our business licensing confidential books is business activity that is unlawful and impermissible, and that it should never happen. I don't care what the story is, what the scoop is, that should not be happening. Just to confirm the words spoken by my colleague in Ward 5, those are lives being affected every day, a parent going without their child, a child being trafficked. That should not be happening in our backyard. So I'm going to move to follow staff's recommendations to revoke the license, and I would like to also direct staff to place the 12 conditions that Mrs. Adelby Hurd read into the record on any future similar licenses at this location for the next 5 years. And this would apply to the current owner, any licensee, managers, or agents. And also, I'm gonna also ask for a year cool-off period for Mr. Patel to be operating in this vein, in this scope. And that is my motion, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Shall we vote on the motion?
Mayor, 1 second, just to clarify, I wanted to check with the Deputy City Attorney Mata, but Councilman Diaz, as an amendment to the motion, it's going to be a 1-year cool-off for Mr. Patel and any of his agents?
Correct.
And then, Paul, did you want that attached to the property or in general?
To the property.
Okay, so we're good.
Thank you for making sure my motion was complete, Mr. Dorkak.
All right, shall we vote? Are you able to vote? Are you voting? We are breaking for the, wait a minute. Motion passes. All right, thank you so much.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, I do want to say thank you to our downtown area command officers. They're out there on the beat every day making difference in our lives. And I heard that yesterday was First Tuesday, and Mayfair community is super happy with all of the interventions happening to help support that community. So I just want to thank you all for your just selfless public service you do every day.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
I am very cognizant of the fact that there are a number of people here to listen to agenda items that are coming forward later in the meeting. However, we have a posted time of 11 o'clock this morning, and it is 11 o'clock now, for a closed-door meeting, a time certain at 11 a.m. Closed meeting is called in accordance with NRS 241.0154C to receive information from the city attorney about potential and existing litigation. May I have a motion, Mayor Pro Tem, to enter into a closed-door session?
So moved.
Shall we vote? Okay, motion carries, and we will recess while we have our closed session and reconvene as soon as it's over. We're going to be reconvening in about 5 minutes. If you know of anybody outside that wants to come in, please let them know. We are back from closed session. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to reconvene?
So moved.
Please vote. Post. Motion passes. We will go back. I beg your pardon? Yes. Don't confuse me. We're going back to where we left off, which is agenda item 35, discussion for possible action regarding the City of Las Vegas Arts Commission Municipal Arts Plan for FY 2026 for public art initiatives within the City of Las Vegas, all wards. Ms. Plaster, or whoever is coming.
Good afternoon. Director Plaster still on her way back. I'm Deputy Director Jennifer Clevin, and I'll get the presentation started until she returns. Thank you.
Would it be preferable to wait for her?
If you don't mind, just a couple minutes.
All right. But then to make things easier, and why don't we wait until she comes back before we do item 35?
Thank you.
Is that okay?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Okay, let me see. Agenda item 36, this item is being trailed to be heard with item 48. Okay. We will now move to agenda item 37, boards and commissions. Discussion of possible action regarding the appointment of nominee Lindsay Lebo to the Ward 2 seat of the Planning Commission. Don Walsh was reappointed in July of 2022, and he has resigned. The unexpired term must be filled by a Ward 2 appointment. Ms. Lebo is eligible and wishes to be appointed. Is there a motion, Councilwoman Kelly?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am thrilled to be able to put forward Lindsay's name for consideration by the council. She is a Ward 2 resident, even though that's not required, but she is. She also is a small business owner and has her business in Ward 2. So very excited. I'm happy to answer any questions about the appointment if anybody has any.
So that is your motion?
Motion to approve. I apologize.
Thank you so
yes.
much. Please vote. Post. Post. Motion passes. Agenda item 38. Discussion for possible action regarding the reappointment of members to the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program Grant Review Board from the following list of nominees, and I am going to have our city clerk read the names.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see. From the nominees, Samantha Burgess, Ward 2, Idolina Iturralda, Ward 3, Brenda Flank, Ward 4, Margareta Deville, Mayor's Adult Designee, Ayana Castro, Jericho Cruz, and Chloe Camarillo, Mayor's Youth Designee, and the appointment of nominees Maria Jose Trevino Espinoza, Ward 1, Julius Lightfoot, Ward 5, Elizabeth Lopez de la Torre, Ward 6, Alex Bernal, Mayor's Adult Designee, Erica Borges, Mayor's Adult Designee Alternative, and Zion Moore, Sky Jones, Perla Hernandez, and Harlequin Jane Diaz, the Mayor's Youth Designees, and Scarlett Mota, Mayor's Youth Alternative, all wards.
Thank you. Well done. Well done. YNAPP is a service learning program encouraging young people to take an active role in their neighborhood. The board consists of 15 members, 8 adults, 7 youth, 2 alternate members. Terms of office are 1 year, and members may be reappointed to consecutive 1-year terms. I move to approve the appointments and reappointments. Shall we vote? Post. Motion carries. Okay, is Ms. Paskey here? No. Maggie, there's Maggie Plaster, okay. And seeing Ms. Plaster, we will go to agenda item 35.
Apologize for being late.
You would have had no way of knowing when we reconvene.
So good morning, Mayor Berkeley and members of the council. I'm Maggie Plaster. I'm the Director of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs. And with me here today is Jennifer Clevin, the Deputy Director of Cultural Affairs, and Laura Machado, the Public and Visual Arts Section Manager. And we're here to update you on our investment in the creative projects that enrich our public spaces, support Las Vegas-based artists, and reflect our diverse community. We'll also present the Las Vegas Arts Commission approved municipal arts plan for your approval, and this is required by Chapter 2.34 of the Las Vegas Muni Code. The goal of our public art and gallery program is to make art a part of everyday life in Las Vegas, whether through permanent public art installations, rotating gallery exhibitions, or temporary projects that activate our neighborhoods. We're focused on creating a vibrant, welcoming, and culturally connected community. First, I'd like to take a moment to highlight the work of the Las Vegas Arts Commission. It was established back in 1987, and since then has been dedicated to encouraging and supporting the creation of public art throughout our community. This group is made up of 12 community members with a wide range of backgrounds in the arts and related fields. They meet on the third Thursday of each month, except for July, to review projects, initiatives, and keep the momentum going. Each year, the city transfers 1% of its annual general fund capital improvement budget into the percent for the Arts Fund. And as you can see from this slide, the amount we receive changes from year to year because of different financial factors like shifts in the overall capital budget and the economy. For fiscal year 26, the transfer amount is just over $395,000, and this money allows us to continue investing in public art projects that make our community and public spaces more livable. And just to share the timeline with you, the Arts Commission reviewed these projects in August. They look at all the projects that have been completed, those currently in progress, and potential new projects that might be coming up. And after this review, they make recommendations based on what they've seen, and then we bring those recommendations to you for approval. And now I'll turn it over to Jennifer to go over completed projects and those in process.
So throughout fiscal year 2025, the Public Art and Gallery Program team completed 5 projects, all funded through the Percent for the Arts program. In Ward 1, the Medical District Sculpture Project Star Child by Las Vegas artist Mark Brandovic. In Ward 3, the Civic Center Building Interior Artwork Project, and the conservation and maintenance of the Paintbrush Gateway sculptures in the Arts District. And in Ward 5, the mural and sculpture at the West Side Education and Training Center, both by Las Vegas artist Adolfo Gonzalez. So now we'll share a short video that our colleagues in communications helped us put together. All right. So in addition to the projects we've completed, the Public Art and Gallery Program team is currently managing 13 active projects funded through the Percent for the Arts program, at least one or more in every ward across the city. They include in Ward 1, the Medical District sculpture projects in the Mirabelli Community Center mural. In Ward 2, the Hualapai Canyon Trailhead Environmental Public Art Project. In Ward 3, the AMP Gateway and Arts Districts Project. Boulder Plaza sculpture, 2 Civic Center sculptures, and the Listos y Sigueros sculpture. And in Ward 4, the AMP Utility Cabinet Painting Project. In Ward 5, we have the 3rd Street Sculpture Project, Here's Park Tile Mural, and the James Gay Park Public Art Project. And then finally in Ward 6, the Centennial Hills Park Tile Mural. So we look forward to updating you in the future with the progress of all of these projects. The Arts Commission is recommending 7 new public art projects, along with funding to support ongoing maintenance of the city's art collection and a contingency allocation. These recommendations were shaped by input from the commissioners, community members, stakeholders, and various City of Las Vegas departments. So now I'll turn it over to Laura to share more details.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'm Laura Machado. I'm the section manager for the Public Art and Gallery Program, and I'm happy to share the Commission's recommended projects for FY26. The first project, in Ward 3, the Arts Commission recommends installing a large-scale mural at the Stupak Community Center. The budget for this project is $77,500. Also in Ward 3, the Arts Commission recommends commissioning an artist for a new mural on the Arts District parking garage. That mural would be installed on the west-facing wall, and that budget is $60,000. In Ward 4, they recommend commissioning an artist to create a mural along the exterior wall of the Cimarron Rose Community Center, and that project budget is $15,500. In Ward 5, they recommend hiring an artist to paint a mural on the brick wall surrounding the Doolittle Pool. That budget is $70,000. In Ward 6, they're recommending hiring an artist to create a mural on the concessions and restroom building at Pop Squires Park. That project budget is $15,500. And now a project for all wards. They're recommending funding the acquisition of additional artwork for the city's permanent art collection. The selected works would be installed in city-owned facilities and offices, public areas throughout the city, and that project budget is $91,500. Also, in alignment with the city's public art master plan, it's been recommended that we commission a graphic designer to create a map of the public art highlighted the city's permanent art collection in all wards, and that project budget is $20,000. And then every year, we allocate an amount of money for the conservation and maintenance of the city's public art collection. This year, we recommend $80,000. This allows us to fund the ongoing care and maintenance of our growing collection. And then our final item for projects this year is to hold 5% contingency, because we know that there sometimes are unplanned expenses, and to do that, we are holding $20,000 to fund those unplanned expenses. And that wraps up our project list for FY26. I'm happy to answer.
And this team is small but mighty, and so I just want to tell you that we have 4 full-timers, Laura Machado, Mary Sabo, Holly Lay, and Parker Arecki, who are responsible for all of the gallery exhibitions of public art, the murals, the temporary exhibitions. And also they have a part-time staff of Kushandra James, Kimberly Polito, John McVeigh, and Yulia Filipov, Sarah Duke. So I just wanted to make sure to say their names. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments from members of the council? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you. I know I put a lot of pressure on your team to do a lot of things in the medical district and then my ward in particular, but I very much appreciate it. And the Star Child has created all the conversations that I thought it would create, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Super excited that we finally got those paintbrushes fixed. Oh my goodness, it's been a long road in the making, but we're super excited. We found a very awesome solution, because everything was almost cost prohibitive with no guarantee. So really excited to have that added to our arts district. But I just wanted to commend all of you for all the work you do art-wise. I mean, it's really cool to see how much we are adding in our city. And one sad note, though, is I saw that a lot of endowment for the arts grants from the federal level were basically terminated, which is not a good thing, because that means no money's coming to the state to pass through, or very limited funds are coming now to then support artists in our community. And so I think it's just something for us to keep at the top of our minds as we continue to do our work, and then find a way to encourage our state legislature when they're primed and ready to maybe allocate some dollars for the art space to make accessible to local governments. Because from what I've read, it's like 1 to 9 return on investment. For every dollar we're investing in arts, there's a $9 return behind that investment. And so I think that that has so much potential. But again, it's kind of shocking when you're seeing our bucket shrinking for how much we can do in the next year or so. So just trying to hopefully put that intention that we should try to grow the funding for our arts, because I know that our artists and our community definitely need it. Thank you so much for all the work you do, ladies.
Councilwoman Polensky.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. Question, because so much of our efforts in the slide deck is directly towards murals. Having been down the mural lane with Ward 4 land use application with a 3-story mini storage that I didn't care for very much, but we got the developer to put a large amount of money in for a baseball sculpture themed, you remember that, not sculpture, a mural. Been down the mural path, and what I learned in all of this exploration is that murals in Southern Nevada generally last only 5 years. And I want to make sure we're investing all this money in these murals that we get the very expensive clear coat that will extend their lives.
Laura's
Can anyone
very,
speak to that?
her team's very experienced with the clear coat. You
No
want to
doubt.
talk about that?
Sure, yeah. We actually use a mural shield, so it's an anti-graffiti coating and a UV shield, and we have murals in our collection that have lasted 20 years. So sometimes we have to do a little touch-up work, but that clear coat really, really saves us a lot of work and extends the longevity.
So every mural mentioned will have that clear coat?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Wonderful, thank you.
Councilwoman Summers Armstrong.
I just want to say thank you. This is beautiful. Every time I come to a city council meeting or have a meeting with you all, I learn more and more about the awesome stuff that's happening in the city of Las Vegas and in Ward 5. And I'm really grateful, and I'm looking forward to all the stuff. And the map, I think, is going to be wonderful, that we have a place where people can actually tour. And I think that's going to be helpful and a good attraction for us. It's a good way to spend money. So thank you.
Thank you. That's great. All right. Is there a motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Do we have to make a motion on this? Is it to accept the plan? Okay. With appreciation, I will move to approve. Thank you very much.
Shall we vote? Host? Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
We'll now go to agenda item number 39, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Councilman Knutson, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Bill number 2025-35, First Amendment, an ordinance to amend various provisions of LVMC Title VII pertaining to the regulation of pet shops, to amend various provisions of LVMC Title VII to revise and establish penalties for violations of various provisions of Title VII, to amend LVMC Title VII, Chapter 42 by adding a new chapter therein designated as Section 35 to prohibit newly licensed pet shops and existing pet shops as of a certain date from selling dogs, cats, rabbits, pot-bellied pigs, or guinea pigs, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you so much. Oh, there he is, okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Jeff Dorkak, City Attorney. We thought it might be appropriate, Mayor, for this bill to have a little bit of background about how we got here. So we have a short PowerPoint to present to Council and the public that is attending and watching on this item. As noted with the updated title, this ordinance deals with prohibiting pet sales at existing and future shops, and also updates our pet shop regulations generally. A little history on how we got here. As the council especially recalls, we had two ordinances that were bills that proposed changes to our Title VII animal title. One was dealing with requirements for pet shops, generally regulations and regulatory changes. That was presented by former Councilwoman Seaman. And then we had a bill from Mayor, yourself, and Councilwoman Bruni dealing with the prohibition on sales and a 3-strike rules to bring non-compliant pet shops in front of council quicker if there were issues. Because the two bills were existing at the same time, the sponsors thought it appropriate and efficient to get together and work on bringing the bills together, which they did. Based on some feedback and discussions there, essentially all of the terms from both bills were put together, along with an additional piece that would sunset after 2 years the ability for grandfathered shops to continue to sell animals. In other words, we have 13 shops today that sell animals. The initial idea was that they could continue for all time to sell them. What the initial idea then after that was after 2 years, they would not be able to sell anymore, those 13 existing grandfathered shops. We sent that unified bill out for business impact solicitation. Based on the feedback from the businesses, it was recommended that we introduce the bill without the 2-year provision. So we went back to the grandfathered shops could continue to sell as long as they existed for all time. Following the introduction, we received more feedback, and based upon that feedback, the direction was for a 3-year sunset for the grandfathered shops, and that is where we are today with the First Amendment. So again, a portion of this bill is regulatory, and the other portion deals with 3 strikes and the sales. Some of the regulations that we have in this bill that I believe most of the people interested in are aware of, and the council as well, as we briefed on it several times. Keeping animals away from nonstop human interaction, keeping animals in appropriate cages or areas so that they're not with animals that could do harm to them, a written disease control program rather than just a disease control program that we don't even know if it's written down, some warranty requirements from the pet shops. If you buy a dog who's under 12 months of age, you are going to get a 1-year warranty and also 30 days of free pet insurance, signage dealing with the kennels where the animals are sold, a health certificate requirement. And then again, Mayor, as I point out from your and Councilwoman Bruni's original bill, 3 adjudications of any violations of our Title VII, you are brought before council for potential loss, or excuse me, brought before animal protection for possible loss of your permit immediately. There's no subjective decision about whether to bring you. You are brought before animal protection. The pet sale limitation deals with dogs, cats, rabbits, potbelly pigs, and guinea pigs. Like I said, there are 13 existing shops that sell one or any of those animals. You can, under the bill as written with the First Amendment, relocate that shop. If I have a shop that sells those animals, I'm exempted in under the current language, and if I need to relocate for whatever reason, maybe my rent goes too high, I can relocate within the city of Las Vegas and maintain my licenses and permits after the necessary, go through the new shop. But I cannot expand my business. I can't do a second shop. I have one. Pet shops can, under this bill, partner with our nonprofit partners and shelters who have animals, what we heard from earlier today, in order to do free adoption events in order to move some of those animals from at the pet shop locations. And then at no cost. Those are not going to be sold. It's going to be, at most, it would be the adoption fees. And then finally, we have the penalties if this bill were to pass. If you're selling any of these animals after the prohibition goes into effect, you will be facing a fine of $250 at a minimum, $500 maximum. And again, that First Amendment that was approved by the recommending committee added a cutoff on the exemption for the 13 grandfather shops. They will have 3 years to continue to sell those 5 animals. After that, it is over. Any new shops that come before business licensing and animal protection, from the get-go, if this bill passes, they cannot sell those 5 animals. Can those shops then exist?
Yes, this is not a ban of pet shops. This is a ban of pet sales on the 5 categories. You can have a pet shop that sells animals outside those 5 categories, and obviously all of the other food and equipment needed for raising your pets. So with that, that is the First Amendment of the ordinance in front of you for vote. Mayor, I'll turn it back to you. Obviously, we took public comment at the start of the meeting. There's not a need unless you would like to take it now, but other than that, we're good to go.
Thank you so much, Mr. City Attorney. Does any member of the City Council wish to speak? Or questions? Well, speak means questions also. Okay, in that case.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Mr. Dorkak, for the presentation. I just wanted to make it clear because I will get asked a whole bunch of questions about this one. And we've gotten probably 2,000 emails, would guess, over the last couple of weeks. So I've gone back and forth on this particular bill for a variety of reasons. Number one, Mayor, I just want to say I think you've done an amazing job bringing a community together. I'm really, really impressed with what is a challenging topic, at least it is for me. But you've done a great job at bringing everyone together. I believe in every part of this bill, with the exception of the limiting the sunsetting. Sorry, thank you. So I think it's great to no new licenses, but I would like to extend the grandfather for the existing businesses. And I think at least the pet stores that I've seen in my ward, my guess is that the regulations that are put in place here, and that I believe Mr. Tovar's group are well equipped to manage, I think that would probably put several of the businesses in my ward out of business based on some of the things I've seen. And so my stance would be is that if that sunset stays in there, I can't vote for that. If it's removed, I'm happy to vote for it. And just some of the criticism I'll get, because I get it every single time I talk about animals, just to be clear. Some of the critics will come out and say, if you're a Republican, you're pro-business or you're anti-business. If you're a Democrat, you're immoral or unethical. So I haven't taken money from anybody. I asked my veterinarian what I should do. And that's how I came up to this particular stance. And I appreciate everything everybody's doing for animals. But this is where I am right now, so I appreciate that.
I thank you so much. Yes, Ms. Polensky.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too echo Mayor Pro Tem's sentiments about all the work you've put into this, not only this ordinance, but bringing that entire animal ecosystem together to have thoughtful dialogue in order to get here. It's been great for you and for all of us to see the fruits of those labors. I personally am a 17-year small business owner here in Southern Nevada. As many people know, I grew up in the back of a donut shop and a liquor store. I'm second-generation small business owner, and I don't feel comfortable, and I don't think it's the proper role of government to unilaterally take business licenses away. And I think today is a great day to discuss this because I believe the best course of action for this is to increase regulations. And I know we had Commissioner Christian Kiliani here. I had no problem with every regulatory suggestion she made. I would embrace every single one of them. I want to move forward with those consumer protections that we've all talked about internally. The regulatory and a very robust regulatory environment is what I'm in favor of. And when that environment is not, when small business owners don't operate within those regulatory controls that we set, I have no problem taking business licenses away. But I believe that's our correct form of action in this environment. So I too have great discomfort about unilaterally taking 17 business licenses away, or excuse me, 15 business licenses away. 13 business licenses unilaterally away without going through that vetting process. I know on October 1st, the Review Journal mentioned Southern Nevada as the 4th highest unemployment rate in America, and I don't want to put 200 to 300 people on our rolls right now. So I'd like a more deliberative process, one where this body can control. And I have never not taken a business license away when someone acts inappropriately. So I welcome that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. What I propose is we have a bill, and I hope somebody will step up and make a motion for this bill. Let us vote on it. Should it pass, it's an ordinance. Should it not pass, I would entertain another motion. Is that, can I do that,
Yes.
Mr. City Attorney?
Yep, I'll be with you as you go, yep.
Would anybody, then I'll make the motion. I move that we vote for bill number 2025-35.
With the First Amendment? Yeah, with the First Amendment, just add that to your motion, please.
At the three-year ban after, and 3 years ban on all sales of pets and pets, all 13 pet stores. Shall we vote? Please post. The bill passes, and thank you all very much. I'd like to say a few words. I have a few rules when it comes to leadership, and I consider myself, I may be mayor, but in the end, I'm one of 7 votes on the city council, and it's very important to me that our city council speaks in not only a dignified manner, but in a manner that shows that we work together. People know that when I say what I mean, and I mean what I say, so nobody ever walks away from a conversation with me where they go, "What'd she say?" Nothing like that. I always say what's on my mind, and obviously everybody treats me in the same manner. I also don't like to put my colleagues in an awkward position where we are forced to vote between one thing that we like and another thing that we like. I prefer that we are closer to uniformity. And I think I thank you for your compliments, but I kind of feel I let everybody down by not working harder to make this more palatable for every member of the city council. And I think it's very important that everybody votes their conscience and does what they feel is best for themselves and their constituents and all of our collective constituents in the city of Las Vegas. So I want to thank everybody. I know this was a tough vote to take, and that people were quite deliberative and thoughtful in their actions, and I want to thank all of my fellow city council members for the time and effort that they have put into this and other pet-related, animal-related issues that come before the City Council. So I want to thank all of you as we move to agenda item number 40. Recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Items 40 through 42, bills 2025-36, 37, and 38 will be heard at a later meeting. Agenda item 43, new bills. Items 43 and 45, bills 2025-39 and 40 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Monday, November 17th, 2025. City Attorney, would you read the new bills?
Yes, ma'am. Bill number 2025-39, an ordinance to amend LVMC section 6.84.10 and 6.84.50 relating to wedding chapels to provide a definition of wedding chapel for licensing and regulatory purposes, update operational requirements, and provide for other related matters. Bill number 2025-40, an ordinance adopting an extension of an ad valorem property tax rate in the city of Las Vegas for the purpose of employing police officers with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department as required by Senate Bill 451 of the 83rd 2025 session of the Nevada Legislature, and providing for other related matters.
Thank you so much. New bills 2025-39 and 40 are assigned to the November 17th, 2025 recommending committee members, Councilman Knutson and Councilwoman Diaz and Polensky. If any so designated are unable to attend, the clerk's office will coordinate finding substitutes as necessary at my direction, and I thank you so much. Agenda item, did I miss one? Okay. Agenda item number 46. Items 46 through 46B are on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine, and are recommended for approval by the Department of Community Development. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve this consent agenda?
Move to approve.
Please vote. Post. Motion passes. Thank you so much. Items 47, 47A, and 47B. 25-0324, abeyance item on the following land use entitlement project requests on 17.12 acres on the south side of Alta Drive, approximately 420 feet west of Rampart Boulevard, PD Plan Development Zone, 47A, 25-0324-MOD1, abeyance item to amend the Queensridge Towers development standards regarding land use, building setbacks, building height, parking, screening, materials and finishes, and exterior colors. 47B, 25-0324-SDR1, abeyance item for a major amendment of an approved site development plan review, SDR 4206, for the addition of a proposed four-story, 332. Forgive me, I'm not reading this properly. 8.17 acres on APN 138-32-310-007. The applicant is the Kalita Group, and the owner is Palm Fund LLC et al. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 2, Ms. Kelly, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Your Honor, members of the council, good afternoon. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing the Kalita Group on the two matters that you read into the record. This is a major modification and a site development plan review for a multifamily development that Kalita is proposing to build on this property. As you can see on the overhead here, highlighted in yellow, we have about 8 acres of property that's currently vacant. It's actually in the middle, in between the Queensridge Towers, which are located here. This is Alta Drive to the north. And over here to, I'm going to say to the west of us, to the north and west of us, is the Tudor Village, or the Tudor subdivision, located here. And you have the Queensridge Golf Course, which is located down to the south and to the west of our property. Just to the north of us is the Suncoast Casino, and which I'll be talking about. We have some ingress and egress access that will be coming off Golf Course Drive in this area, which I'll talk about as I go through the presentation. So we started out, we were not required to have a neighborhood meeting. However, because Kalita and our office knows of the interests of the neighbors in this general vicinity, we wanted to have a voluntary neighborhood meeting. So we had a voluntary neighborhood meeting at one of the Kalita developments just across the street in Boca Park. And we invited neighbors over, and they came. We had about 40 people that showed up to the neighborhood meeting so we could talk about the proposed development. And we had a lot of good feedback. As a matter of fact, I think the thing that we've been focusing on is traffic circulation, and we both have common goals, the neighbors in the area and the developer, to work on those issues. And we have some conditions that Lucian will read into the record that we've been working with Public Works and the neighbors. And as I get into this, I do want to thank Russ Rowe and the people from Suncoast. They've been working with us over the last, I say several months. It seems like the last couple months that we've been working on this. And then also Don Cooper and the neighbors from the Tudor Village in this area, met with them, and Don and I are on text messages and phone calls quite a bit over the last few weeks as he's represented his neighbors in this area to address the issues that we wanted to make sure we addressed. As I mentioned when the initial neighborhood meeting, the good news is I believe the consensus was that this is a good project for this area. Mayor, as you mentioned, this is going to be a 332 2-unit development. This is a 4-story, 60-foot-high building located in here, where the previous approval on this property had towers up to about 200 and something feet in height. This is only 60 feet in height, and because of the topography in this area, it's not going to have a negative impact to the existing towers for Queensridge or any of the other existing development in this area. The rents that are going to be proposed here are average about $2,500. We have some penthouses, apartments that are going to be located here. Rents are going to be anywhere from $1,800 a month all the way up to about just shy of $7,000 a month for this area here. So this explains to you the type of development, and if you're familiar with the Kalita Group, they build the high-end luxury development here. This is going to be a theme of health and wellness. So you're going to have a lot of amenities. The group, the tenant that'll be living in here or that will be attracted to will be involved in the health and wellness stuff and amenities located on the property. Getting into the conditions in our discussion with the neighbors, I think this is the best way to give you an idea of how this development is going to lay in between the existing developments and the future development to the south of us, which is the Lennar development within the Queensridge subdivision as we're discussing. So again, this is the 8 acres of property that we will be designing. We will have ingress and egress right here on Clubhouse Drive. The concern from the Tudor subdivision in here is the amount of ingress egress that's going to be coming out of our project, but more importantly, the Lennar project, as you can see to the south and to the west of our project here. Lennar already has a proposed access coming out onto Rampart, as you can see located here, and they're going to be having another access coming out on Clubhouse Drive. So the discussion, and I want to thank Councilwoman Kelly, and in the early stages, the first week or two of being on the job, she jumped right into this Queensridge development, and we all met with your staff and Councilwoman Kelly, and we had representatives from Boyd and the representatives of the neighbors in the area, and we all got together, and that's how you do these things. You work together and communicate, a lot of work behind the scenes, and then we get here to this position where we have conditions, and I want to thank your staff for working on those conditions. But the concerns in this area here is the ingress and egress coming out on Clubhouse Drive. We have conditions in there to address it. The neighbors had some concerns about construction plan in this area. That is a part of the revised conditions that will be read into the record. We also have a common goal is where we would like to provide another access out here onto Alta, somewhere in this area here. That's going to be subject to a traffic impact analysis review and approval by your staff. That is an added condition that we have been discussing because we, along with the neighbors from the Tudor, would like to make sure we could hopefully get access coming out here in Alta. By doing so, we'll relieve some of the pressure of access coming out onto Clubhouse Drive because that's the only place today that we have access coming in and out. Otherwise, the property's landlocked. We do have proper fire access, which is down to the southeast of the property that's located here. And that being said, your staff has reviewed this application. They recommended approval for the major modification that's before you, and also the site development plan review. The Planning Commission also recommended approval. In the approval, they also added the condition that we would have this area studied to have ingress and egress out onto Alta. And then subsequent to that Planning Commission meeting is we added some additional conditions that I'll let your staff read into because I'll probably screw it up and it's easier to do it that way. And with that being said, I'm here to answer any other questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Grunauer. May I have a staff report?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Peter Lowenstein for the record. The proposed amendments to the Queensridge Towers development standards include adjustments that apply to the proposed Phase 2 only, leaving the Phase 1 language as previously approved. As the office building is no longer proposed, standards that apply to it are proposed to be removed. Proposed reductions in the requirements for perimeter landscape and parking are minor and will not compromise the compatibility of Phase 2 development with Phase 1 or the adjacent properties planned for future residential development. Staff therefore recommends approval of the major modification. The proposed development will be adequately screened from the existing adjacent condominium towers and sufficiently set back from the planned single-family residential development to the south and west. Staff therefore recommends approval of the site development plan review subject to conditions. If approved, staff does have some added conditions that Mr. Pyatt and myself we can read into the record now if you'd like. The first, as being a planning condition, it says the applicant shall submit to the City of Las Vegas building official prior to or at the same time application is made for a building permit, a construction plan delineating the construction hours, maintenance of the site, and surrounding roadways clear of debris and dirt, as well as construction traffic, including but not limited to routes, delivery hours, and construction worker shifts.
Lucian Pyatt for the record. So under the Public Works, under item 47B, we'd like to add one condition and modify condition 18. The added condition will read, if not already constructed by others and required by the traffic impact analysis, the developer shall modify the existing traffic signal, signage, pavement markings, and possibly widen Clubhouse Drive to indicate an exclusive left turn lane and a shared through right lane in the northbound direction. Additionally, the developer shall upgrade the traffic signal with 4-section flashing yellow, in parentheses FYA, signal heads for the left turn movements on all 4 approaches. The city traffic engineer reserves the right to modify the Alta Drive/Clubhouse traffic signal or restrict movements at this intersection in the future. And the modification to condition number 18, we'll just add 2 sentences to the end of condition 18, which read, the intersection of Clubhouse Drive and Witchwood Place shall be analyzed. In this required traffic impact analysis, any approved mitigation must be legally viable and prevent queues from extending into the Alta Drive public right-of-way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here that wishes to be heard on this item? Would you identify yourself for the record?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Russell Rowe here on behalf of Boyd Gaming Corporation. And since my good friend Bob Gronauer called me out in his presentation, I had to come up and thank him and his team and the great work on this project. We're thrilled about it. We've been looking at Clubhouse Drive for as long as Queensbridge has been in potential redevelopment, and I think those conditions fairly reflect addressing it in a proper manner that works for everyone. And so thank you for that, and thank you for your staff. And honestly, Mayor, this is a good excuse for me to come and say hello to you and say Mayor for the first time, which is fantastic.
Thank you, Russell.
As well as being able to say thank you to Councilwoman Kelly. It's a true honor to be able to call you Councilwoman. So thank you all.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else wishing to be heard? Welcome, and please state your name for the record.
Thank you. I'm Mike Riando. I serve as the president of Queensridge Owners Association. I also own a property over here in Tudor Park. And as you know, that's immediately adjacent to the Ainsley development. I'm here today to speak not just on behalf of Queensridge residents, but on behalf of the overall well-being and public safety of our community concerning the traffic impact on Clubhouse Drive. Our core request is straightforward. We ask that the Kalita Group be required to redesign and expand Clubhouse Drive as an essential condition of approval for the Ainsley development. Our primary concern is the unmitigated forecasted traffic demand on Clubhouse Drive, which is currently a simple 2-lane street. 2-lane street infrastructure cannot support the immense growth already approved for this corridor. 332 units, Ainsley, 166 units in Tudor, 1,480 approved by Lennar. Some large percentage will use this lane. This means that a narrow 2-lane road will serve over 1,000 households. And we believe the future traffic demand will far exceed the street's capacity. Our concerns extend beyond inconvenience. They are about public safety. Imagine a typical rush hour, hundreds of vehicles attempting to enter and exit, resulting in gridlock of the signal. In that high-volume moment, what happens when there's a medical emergency? Fire and medical access could be severely delayed, and that's a risk we should not and cannot take. Furthermore, Kalita Group's reliance on a previously approved traffic study is simply not reassuring. That study was completed years ago and did not anticipate the Lennar Preserve development. It's also my understanding that Lennar's traffic study may not have even included the existing traffic demand from our Tudor Park community. Relying on outdated or incomplete data to approve 332 units, new units, is fiscally irresponsible and reckless with our residents' safety. We want it to be a 4-lane street, 2 lanes in each direction, dedicated center turn lane. Prevent traffic flow issues. Provide for emergency access. They are guaranteed to arise. We need to plan for that. Without this infrastructure requirement, we simply shift the costs and the immense safety burden onto the city and the existing residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else wishing to be heard? Would you state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Don Cooper. I'm a resident of the Tudor Park neighborhood there. Mayor Berkeley and council, thank you for allowing us to speak. I've heard the previous gentleman's comments and agree with those. And I've worked with Bob Gronauer and spoken with Councilwoman Kelly, and thank you for your support and congratulations on your appointment. I did want to, again, reiterate those concerns. There were many things that were overlooked previously in the Lennar study, and that additional traffic is going to impact our neighborhood substantially. One of the things I just wanted to ask about was one of the conditions that was read into the record talked about a secondary drive onto Alta, which I think is important. What I wanted to get was council's view of what triggers that. In other words, is that at the sole discretion of the developer, or under what conditions must or should that be added?
Mr. City Attorney, staff, can you please address that question?
Mayor, yeah, I would direct that to his staff so we can have the staff interpretation, because that's...
Yes.
Sure, again, Lucian Pyatt for the record. Essentially, when they do their traffic study of their development, though, they will include the traffic study information from the Lennar development. And we look at level of service for the intersection, the traffic signal that will be potentially modified at Clubhouse and Alta. If it's operating unacceptable service, then obviously they need to do something to mitigate that, and that would require the exit only on Alta. But at the same time, if their study, when they submit it, proposes the exit only on Alta, and we analyze it in that way, then, and we don't find any safety issues with what we are assuming right now is going to be an exit only driveway on Alta, then we'll simply approve the exit only on Alta. But because the study hasn't been submitted, we can't say that they're going to do that, but there is a condition that essentially allows them to make that request in their traffic study. So I would expect that their traffic study will have an exit only on Alta.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, to the extent I'm hearing that the traffic study will analyze both with and without the secondary drive onto Alta, so that a judgment or a determination could be made. Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the mayor, I don't think they'll analyze it without. I think they will analyze it with, but they do have the option to analyze it without as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Applicant, do you agree to all of the conditions that have been read into the record?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you want to comment on the gentleman's concern about traffic?
We've had these, many of these discussions. Everything's wrapped up in the traffic impact analysis. We've addressed it in the conditions. Your staff has heard all the issues. We're all aware what needs to be done, and we're very comfortable moving forward with those conditions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions or comments from members of the council? In that case, is there? Oh, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and welcome, Bob. I want to first, this being my first council meeting and the first development to which I'm addressing, I want to thank Bob very much. I have enjoyed working with his representation of his client, the Calita Group. I asked that this be obeyed because I did not want it to be, well, first thing, I hadn't had enough time to learn about it, understand it, and consider it, and asked for it to be obeyed, and they willingly did so. So I want to express that outline, that underscores my experience, which has been, as Mr. Gronauer articulated, that they have very diligently reached out and included working with the neighborhood adjacent, which is Tudor, working with Don Cooper, and making sure that Boyd was kept into the loop of what they were doing. We worked on the traffic study. There was one condition that the Tudor folks had asked for that we decided not to include, and I had, and that is that Clubhouse Drive be Clubhouse Drive be eliminated as an access point for construction. And that's just not possible in this area as I understand it. And so, but again, that Bob worked to communicate, as Mr. Cooper said, very diligently with that group. And so I feel that the conditions have support from the major groups that are included. And I do also want to recognize some of the questions that Mr. Rondeau talked about. What we've made sure in these conditions is when the Lennar study was required, and I know that staff will correct me if I misstate anything, so I welcome you to jump in and invite you to do so, because I'm still learning. But when the Lennar traffic study was conducted, the only thing that Lennar was required to do, because there was no future ball knowing what would be built there other than the tall tower, which was predating this request, and the two-story office building, so their traffic study did not need to contemplate the Calita Group space. It also did not include, and I'm not in a position to comment on why because I wasn't here, but did not include the private street called Winchwood, which when you come in through Clubhouse Drive off of Alta, that is the turn you make going right to enter into Tudor. So what we've done in this, in these conditions and in the conversation with Bob and Public Works and Traffic, is to ensure that Winchwood is considered, to ensure that the Lennar traffic study is considered. Mr. Rondeau talked about concerning about it being old information, and that's what this traffic study will do, will be an update of everything. And I believe, and this is making sure for Peter and Mr. Lowenstein and his crew, that emergency access is regarded in the traffic study. I just am looking for a head nod, I guess, Lucian, or, that's something that is regarded, as well as, preventing traffic flow issues. What do those issues, do they back up onto Alta? All of those kinds of things. And so I feel this is but for excluding Clubhouse Drive as being a construction access point, this has really addressed, I feel, the concerns after talking with Queensridge, with Tudor, and with the Public Works, with traffic, and with Bob and the Kalita Group, and feel that we have created the scope in a manner that is going to address, and Boyd, address what the questions are, which we have a lot going on in that area. There's going to be more things coming down. And what we're looking for is satisfaction that we're doing our job as well as we can as a city to make sure that we're paying attention to all of the impacts of not just the Kalita Group, but how their addition to this area affects all of the flow. And did have I summarized that correctly, Peter? Thank you very much for that nod.
I will entertain a motion at this time.
Thank you. Thank you. So with that, I move to approve based on the staff recommendations and the conditions added by staff that were articulated today, to approve item 39. Did I say that right? 37.
No, 47.
47, okay.
A and B.
A and B. So hopefully the clerk got the clarity of that motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Shall we vote? Please post. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you.
Brunauer.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
We will now hear related items 36 and 48 together. 36, R-68-2025, abeyance item, discussion for possible action to approve a resolution adopting the Charleston 2050 Special Area Plan for the Charleston area. 48, 25-0179- DIR1, abeyance item, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, discussion for possible action on adopting the Charleston Special Area Plan for the Charleston area. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. These items are in Ward 1 and 3. Mr. Knutson, Ms. Diaz. Item 48 is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Mr. Floyd.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Mayor, if ever there was a council meeting that ran the gamut of everything we do here at the city, I think this is it. And we're going to close that out by adopting another one of our 16 neighborhood plans under your 2050 master plan. And I'm introducing this one because this one is especially dear to my heart because my wife actually grew her entire life, except for 4 years in college, she has lived in the Charleston neighborhood. She grew up at Charleston and Decatur, went to Bonanza High School, and now we live near Rainbow Family Park. I've lived here for almost 15 years, so I know this neighborhood very well. And with that, I will turn it over to Marco.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. Marco Vallada, City of Las Vegas, Department of Community Development for the record. As Seth has introduced, this is one of our area plans that are part of the 2050 master plan. We have done a number of these already, and this one takes a look at a number of neighborhoods that are a part of this large area that comprises about 75,000 people. It's one of the largest that we have within the city itself. We had Happy Cities as our consultants that compiled the plan that's in front of you today, and they really looked at the entire spectrum of how we can make transformational changes in this part of western Las Vegas, west of I-15, south of I-11, and really how can we make an impact with respect to public spaces, streets, and housing in particular, as well as parks and recreational amenities. We had community surveys and outreach done in 2024, a lot through Councilman Knutson's office, and again, really, we did the same process as we've done with our other special area plans, did open houses at community centers, pop-ups at parks, found people at the Bonneville Transit Center. People really gave their feedback directly and through surveys, and we were able to develop a vision statement that is in front of you. And really, people want to see those safer streets, slower cars, higher quality transit, more spaces to gather and recreate, more trees and shade, and more parks and green space. That was pretty much unanimous throughout. The plan goes into 4 areas of action, so individual chapters that discuss each of those, as well as that overarching vision. I think the centerpiece of this is probably Charleston Boulevard itself. If ever there's a main street going right through the middle of Las Vegas, it is Charleston Boulevard going east-west. And the big piece that's going on at the same time is an alternatives analysis being conducted by the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada that is looking at adding high-capacity transit and making a complete street along the entire length from Summerlin all the way over to East Las Vegas and over to where Las Vegas High School is in the county, making this a rail corridor or a bus rapid transit corridor, some form of higher capacity transit. That is really at the heart of this. And then the other streets that connect Charleston itself would also follow suit in terms of making safer spaces for people to walk and bike, and then having transit-oriented development at the major intersections and along the corridor, along Sahara, along Charleston, along Decatur. That's what we ultimately want to see. And this alternatives analysis, which they're doing right now, if you go to charlestonboulevard.com, you can find out more information. We're doing this as a first step to actually getting some station locations and ultimately a preferred alignment and a preferred mode as part of this. Public spaces, again, we have a big gap in the south end of this area, and we have great public amenities within Charleston now. We have Area 15, we have the Springs Preserve, we have got a number of parks, Bob Baskin Park, we've got Rainbow Family Park, neighborhood parks there, but there are some gaps. We do know that we don't have a community center other than Mirabelli Community Center. These are recommendations for investment that we can take a look at as part of future capital improvement planning and maybe leverage other resources to fill in this area and provide some additional amenities for the public. Increasing housing diversity. As I mentioned, there's a number of different opportunities for infill and redevelopment. We have a lot of asphalt and parking lots that are sitting empty. We have vacant sites throughout the area. There might be locations where we can fill in mixed use, commercial and residential, higher density housing. We've had a couple of applications over the last couple of months that have fit that bill, and I think ultimately what we'll start to see, especially with a major transit project, you'll start to see more of that, and we'll start going up because we are at our limits right now with the rest of the city in terms of being able to go out. So this is the type of housing product, and really trying to make those investments for such a diverse area that has quite a range, quite a spectrum of different housing needs, all the way from less than 30% area median income all the way up to above 150% or more. You have great neighborhoods like Rancho Circle, Rainbow Family Park, and everywhere in between. There's definitely a need for housing of all types. And finally, redevelopment. How can we provide this catalytic redevelopment opportunity? We have different locations throughout the valley where we have the ability to make infill and redevelopment happening. Some of that might require some additional or new tools to make that happen. Housing incentives or some of the legislation that was passed during the 2025 legislative session that will open the door to getting more mixed-use housing. Taking a look at the College of Southern Nevada campus or the adjacent parcels immediately around it, along the Sahara corridor. Where do we have overlaps with the redevelopment agency? And with that, we might need to make some new asks in terms of incentivizing development and getting that higher quality development in there. So some of the next steps that you'll see over the ensuing months here, we're going to continue on with the Charleston Alternatives Analysis in partnership with the RTC. We have very, very soon a transit-oriented development overlay that lines up with the 2050 master plan, a parking study that we're going to be meeting on to discuss removing some of those parking minimums and right-sizing parking requirements in terms of zoning, and then incentivizing different types of housing. We had several bills, including our own, that speak directly to how we can extend tax increment financing for for transit-oriented development or providing incentives for attainable housing. And then in terms of greening the place up, we have coming very soon an urban forestry special management plan and a tree ordinance that will help to get more trees planted. And earlier in this meeting, we had a consent item that is specifically for wards 1, 3, and 5 to plant trees throughout the community. And that is really kind of at the heart of what we're trying to do: green Charleston up and make this neighborhood more walkable and a great place to live. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vallada. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody that wishes to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Yes. Ms. Rooney.
Thank you. Marco, I saw on your housing slide, the missing middle, you didn't explicitly call out condos, but I just wanted to have you confirm that that would be part of the potential housing product mix.
Marco Vallada, for the record, through the mayor, to you, Councilwoman. Yes, absolutely. For rent, for sale, condos is a part of that mix. Yep.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you. Nice to see you again, Marco. I just want to make sure that in the Vision 2050 plan, the requirement or the goal or vision to have 60,000 new trees, these go towards that goal.
Yes.
Love that. Thank you.
Is there, oh yes, Ms. Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since a little part of it is in my ward, I just wanted to speak to thanking our fabulous planning team for getting more input from our residents about what they see is lacking and how we need to take concerted efforts to improve the quality of life. We know as a city, our safety in our streets and walking for everyone and our pedestrians, keeping everyone safe on our roadways, Vision Zero. Hence, we know that's a constant work in progress, but being intentional also is important, and knowing where the major arteries or arterials are that flow through our city, Charleston being one of them that connect pretty much west to east. And then obviously the trees, not only on the east side do we suffer from lacking the tree canopy, but also on this area. So really great to see that. And then last but not least, I love that you picked up on how we don't really have a lot of open spaces or green areas for recreation. That is an area that I would want to see how we could bring, because some of our children that live in apartment complexes and the apartment complex doesn't offer a playground or a field or anything for recreation purposes. So we need to be creative and figure out ways to give those spaces to the community. So those are just thoughts and echoing everything that you've laid out, and super excited to see what we could do to move the needle in this area.
All right, thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. And you just have a tiny little piece, Councilwoman Diaz, so don't try to weigh in on my Charleston plan.
But I'm in it.
But just a little. Thank you very much,
But I'm
Mr.
still
Vallada.
in it to win it.
It's a competition. It always is. I appreciate it. You did a great job presenting. My request is kind of what we talked about in the office, is as much as we want to put things into plans, talking about infill development doesn't actually get you infill development. So we have got to have follow-up action items that puts the city in an aggressive standpoint to recruit development into this area in particular, and it's not going to happen unless there's something there. So that's my request, is whatever aggressive steps the city needs to take to make infill development possible, let's do those. More than planning, let's actually put action into the words on paper. And great job. And with that, I will move to approve and look forward to those next steps.
And this is approving item 48.
That is.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries. And a motion for related item 36, Mayor Pro Tem.
I will also move to approve item 36.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you both very, very much. Agenda item 49. 25-0407-RQR1, required review, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor LLC owner Eric Penna, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a required review of an approved special use permit U-0029-87 for a 75-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2421 Stewart Avenue, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Ms. Diaz. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Madam Mayor, Peter Lowenstein for the record. These are usually fairly routine and lend themselves to be on the one motion, one vote, so maybe the applicant had thought
In
that's
that
where it
case,
was.
since we haven't got the applicant, can I ask staff to please address us at this time?
Sure thing. During a routine field check, staff observed the sign and its supporting structure were well maintained. Staff has not received any complaints in regards to the maintenance on the off-premise sign. The surrounding area has not experienced any significant changes since the last required review back in October of 2021. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the required review. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Since this is a public hearing, is there anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from the council members? Okay, in that case, is there a motion? Councilwoman Diaz.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm going to follow staff recommendation for approval of agenda item 49.
Okay, please vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you so much. Agenda item 50. Was setting the date on any appeals filed or required public hearings. I would instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements.
Will do, Mayor. Thank you.
Agenda item 51. Citizens' participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time of any single speaker may be limited, and it is limited to 2 minutes. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Please state your name for the record.
Last but not least, Grace Albanese, ALBANESC. And my concern is about the law library over here on Bridger and 3rd, where they're trying to get me thrown out. The law librarians that almost has like no library books anymore on the shelves, and yet they just remain empty. But the law librarians are trying to get me thrown out. Summer, Chantel, Gail, etc., Marilyn, Tanner. And the way it's constructed is like out of the 60s. There's like a wall of doors, and that wall where they can kind of hide behind. Each door leads into like an office. That wall should really come down and maybe just replace it with glass, kind of modernize it a little bit. There's no cameras in the law library over here on Bridger and 3rd. The law librarians never have to walk out into the common area where us common folks walk. There's like a secret passageway for the law librarians to walk behind the customer service help desk, where they go through another door behind another wall just to go from one end of the circulation desk to the other, come out another door to go into more doors behind another wall. This is all very much out of the 60s. and you have to go through a metal detector too, but yet there's no cameras in the law library where the law librarians want me thrown out. They'll stand behind me and just whisper all these text messages about me that are posted on their phones. So if we could maybe, add cameras, and like I said, the shelves are empty pretty much of books, and there's just like a lot of, a wall of secrecy there. And why is it so secret? Why can't the law librarians walk in the common area? Why do they have to take this secret passageway behind the customer service desk? So no cameras. We need cameras. Take down that wall, replace it with some glass so we can see the law librarians.
And thank you, Grace. On behalf of the City Council, I want to thank you for coming, but I have to direct you to the County Commission because the county runs the law library, not the city.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will now move to item 52. Council emerging issues, discussion regarding potential items for future city council agendas or awards. Any discussion must be limited to whether or not such proposed items shall be placed on a future agenda, and no discussion regarding the substance of any proposed topic shall occur. No action shall be taken. This is the time for the city council. Did you want to speak under public comment? All right, then we're going to go back to the agenda item before this. I'm sorry I didn't see you coming up. Please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Sure. My name is Philip Alt. May I display a photo? Oh, in the square. All right, my name is Philip Alt, and just Monday, I was wrongfully convicted and maliciously prosecuted by your city prosecutors, Julia and Bobby. Jamie Honecker, this alleged pedophile, T. Spice, and G. Strong, and Adam Page, and even Chief Marshal Newsom all got on the stand and told several lies. Mr. Matthew, my judge, Matthew Walker, he did not let a lot of my evidence in. He let them just convict me based off of words, and I'm going on appeal, but these are the type of people that y'all have representing this county and this city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Back to agenda item 52. Do any members of the council have any topics they would like to bring forward under this item? Seeing none. Agenda item 53, council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Ms. Summers Armstrong, have you anything to contribute today?
Well, yes, ma'am, and thank you for acknowledging me. We'll go as fast as possible because I have a lot.
Oh, take your time.
Oh, no, it's 2:05. I think we all want to go. So here we are. So on the 5th of November, I was honored to join the mayor and Councilwoman Diaz for the Family Album Art Exhibition opening in Civic Plaza. It was absolutely beautiful. The art in there is so relatable and just a reflection of our community, and I encourage everyone to go over. It was a beautiful, beautiful event, and I'm looking forward to more art exhibitions there, as well as with the relationship that the Las Vegas Museum of Art has with the Los Angeles County Museum of Art in the future. On the 16th, my team and I were honored to be invited to a little poo-poo dress-up event at the AC Element and Park Hotel, the grand opening in Symphony Park. We got to put on some heels and some rouge, as my mother would say, and really enjoy a lovely event. This location is beautiful. It's a non-smoking, dual-branded hotel in Symphony Park. They had a great opening, and we are excited about their partnership and the great things that are going to happen in the city with them being here. On the 17th, again, the mayor was there and other elected officials and my hubby, and we got to go to the parade for the Aces. My first time, and look who's up there, Kelly, who used to work for us, who's now retired and living her full life. But she's a huge baseball fan, and she was a basketball fan, and she was there with some other notable community members and leaders. We had a wonderful time, and go Aces and congratulations. Next, on the 18th, we attended the book festival, had a wonderful time, spent too much money, but had a great time. These are such amazing events in our community, and they had speakers and authors were signing autographs. It was beautiful, and I'm really proud of our cultural affairs folks for putting on a wonderful event. The 25th, I had the honor of taking 34 or 5 or 6 plus students from the Ward 5 area and local high schools to the HBCU Football Classic at Allegiant Stadium. Thankful for our partners who were Nevada Partners, Some New Marketing, Mize Firm, G3 Electric, and with help from the school district, we were able to get a bus, and we took these kids, and we had a blast. They enjoyed the game. The bands were phenomenal, and we're looking forward to what we can do to support this event again next year. The 26th, we attended the St. James Catholic Church annual jazz brunch. It was amazing. They had music, live music and dancers, and the food was amazing at the Santa Fe. And it was just wonderful to be there, and I'm grateful for the invitation. That same day was the NAACP brunch. Not too far away at Aliante, and the mayor was there, as you can see, and our Attorney General spoke and others, and beautiful awards were given to community partners. It was a wonderful event. On October 31st was Halloween Safe Night at Pearson Community Center. Several months ago, Commissioner McCurdy said, hey, you want to get in with me on this event? And I said, what are you doing? Same as always? He goes, no, I got big plans. Folks, he had big plans. The whole field, 400-meter field, was filled with tents. They had jumpers, they had activities, they had a tailgate in the parking lot. There were thousands of children there. It was wonderful. It was safe. They had a great time. We were able to give out candy until it was all gone, as well as share information. So I'm just excited to be a partner with him. Thank you for our staff for supporting us at the event, and it was great. So next year, I guess again, a whole festival. Upcoming events. This Saturday, November the 8th, we will be at Lorenzi, Eldorado Days, the 7th and the 8th of this week, right here in downtown at the Plaza. We are hoping to get there and enjoy some of the rodeo activities. If you have young children, the tickets are really reasonable. It'll be a lot of fun, so please bring your babies out to Eldorado. On the 8th, we will be having a community cleanup at Lorenzi Park with Get Outdoors Nevada. You can sign up on the QR code. We love to make our communities safer, more beautiful, and cleaner, and this is one way we do it. And in addition to the habitat maintenance, we will also have a paper shredding and RX drop-off. This is in conjunction with Cox Communication. We're working together on this this whole day of activity. So please come out. We would love to see you. It's going to be a beautiful Saturday. Also coming up on the 22nd of November is a faith-based community health fair. That's going to be at Second Baptist Church over on Madison. We encourage you to come out and get your blood pressure checked. Dental and eye exams will be giving, nutrition and wellness guidance, a great opportunity to see your neighbors, enjoy some wonderful weather, and take good care of yourselves. As always, I'd like to remind everyone that Lorenzi Park has free tennis lessons and activities. I haven't made it out yet, but trust me, I'm coming, and with my knees wrapped up, tight, because I'm old. But please come out and bring your kids. The weather is going to be amazing now to play tennis. It's great exercise and a great way to get out and just have a wonderful time. And as always, we want you to reach out to us at Ward 5 if you need anything. Sign up for our newsletter. We are weekly, we will be putting information about food resources as we are in the shutdown. The newsletter will go out today that will have information, so please sign up. There's my team, Nora, Julius, and Ara. We are here to serve you. Please call us at 702-229-5443 or email us at ward5@lasvegasnevada.gov. Thank you, Mayor, for the time.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Polensky?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the morning of Thursday, October 16th, I had the privilege of presenting Somerset Academy, Lone Mountain, with a proclamation for earning a 5-star status in both elementary and middle school. This proclamation represents their dedication to excellence in education and community. Congratulations to all the students, staff, and parents on this amazing achievement. Next up, on Friday, October 24th, I had the pleasure of attending the Sun City Night Out, hosted by Sun City's Neighborhood Preparedness Team. This annual event brings people together to promote first responders and community partnerships. This also gave us the opportunity to continue to educate residents about our Knox Box program. I want to give a special thanks to our neighborhood services team and LVFR for their help with this event. It was well attended, including the mayor and our district attorney. Next up, quite a few of us, including Councilwoman Bruni, Mayor Berkeley, and most of the city manager's office, including a strong showing from our previous Deputy City Manager Steve Ford, who came in shorts. I was very, very jealous. We had the Sky Canyon substation groundbreaking on Wednesday, October the 29th. This substation will strengthen safety and response times during emergencies. Thank you to everyone who played a role in bringing this project to the Northwest. I'm so grateful to have this great new addition to our community. Next up, on Thursday, November 3rd, Ward 4 joined the Las Vegas Police Protective Association's Trunk or Treat event. This is the 4th year in the row we participated, and we decided to dress up with a Jurassic Park theme. I want to thank the LVPPA for inviting us to celebrate with their families and their members. It was a wonderful evening that brought our community together for fun and safe Halloween celebration. A special shout out to Izzy Lewis from our event staff, who donned the T-Rex costume all night and made many, many kids happy. Next up, please join us for the Nevada State Veterans Memorial Relocation Event Kickoff on Tuesday, November 11th at 11 a.m. at Thunderbird Family Sports Complex. This event will celebrate the beginning of the Nevada State Memorial Statue relocation, which is an important step in honoring our veterans.
Ms. Polensky, is it 1 o'clock or 11 o'clock? Because the flyer says 1.
It's November 11th. I'm sorry, I misspoke, at 1 o'clock, because that's when your schedule allowed. 1 o'clock, please be there. It's going to be a great event. The City of Las Vegas is accepting toy donations for tickets on parking infractions. From now through November 14th, you can bring a new unwrapped toy or a game of equal or greater value to your parking fine to Parking Services Office. All donations will go to families who are currently receiving assistance from Nevada Behavioral Health. Next up, please take a moment to look at these faces on the slide. 8 children are still missing from our community. With the holidays fast approaching, it is now time to come together and help bring these kids home. If you have any information that could be of help, please contact the LVMPD Missing Person Detail at 702-828-3111. And finally, you can stay up to date with updates, community news, and events happening in Ward 4 by following me on Facebook, Instagram, X, all the things. If you ever need any assistance or have any questions, please don't hesitate to get a hold of us the old-fashioned way, 702-229-2524. We are always here to help any way that we can. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I will contend that sending a letter is the old-fashioned way. Calling is not. Just to say it. It is National Donut Day, and so Alex from my office put donuts in the back if anybody wants a donut. And because it's National Donut Day, it's American Diabetes Month. November is American Diabetes Month. Diabetes is a serious but often overlooked public health crisis.
Terrible.
By understanding our risks, getting screened, and taking advantage of local prevention and management programs, we can help reduce serious complications and save lives. And there's a QR code there for free or low-cost testing, classes, and additional resources from the Southern Nevada Health District. And I'm doing a Brews with Brian on Saturday, November 15th at 9 a.m. at the Coffee Pub on West Sahara. I'll be joined from guests from Public Works, and so if you need to yell at anybody, they're there that day. And that's the right people to yell at for all the cones in Ward 1. And we'll be outdoors, so dress appropriately for the weather, and that's all I got. Thanks, Mayor.
Oh, thank you so much. Ms. Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're going to kick off here on October 15th. We had our DPS Explorer graduate ceremony, and it was amazing. It was awesome to be there to commend these 13 young men and women for dedication, discipline, and the outstanding leadership qualities that need to be demonstrated through this rigorous 16-week program. Congratulations to them, and a special thank you to Chief Potts, Lieutenant Lopez, and all the members of our Marshals team that serve as mentors and partake in this program for our youth. On October 18th, I had the honor to be at the Las Vegas Book Festival, which I know the mayor and Councilman Bruni were also in attendance for. It was a huge success. I was thrilled to introduce Disney's Meant to Be series panel, a standing room only event featuring talented authors Cristina Lauren, Zoraida Cordova, Jasmine Guillory, Julie Murphy, and a special virtual guest, Jesse Q. Sutanto. On October 20th, the Vegas Chamber and Workforce Connections ribbon cutting took place across our newly unveiled Civic Plaza. Congressman Stephen Horsford, our awesome Mayor Berkeley, and more electeds and community members were there with us, thrilled to celebrate our new neighbors. And our new neighbors are the Vegas Chamber and Workforce Connections. And they're in the process of still moving, but I think Vegas Chamber is all installed and Workforce is working on their transition. But this is definitely a major milestone in civic and business collaboration, and it moves and brings Southern Nevada business leaders closer to the heart of downtown and civic activity, and I can't wait to see how we can all make businesses thrive in our city. On October 23rd, we had our Principals Roundtable, and I want to thank each and every Ward 3 principal and administrator and staff member who took the time out of their busy schedule to join this much-needed conversation. Their presence, insights, and leadership made the conversations truly meaningful as they have the pulse for each one of their schools. I'd like to thank Dr. Malich and our incredible YDSI team, our community partners, UNLV, Pollo Campero, UNR Cooperative Extension, and so many more. Even Heather Harmon stopped by to talk about all of the arts offerings in Southern Nevada. So I just want to laud everyone who wanted to offer a hand to all of these amazing educators in our schools. On October 24th, we were there to witness the Get Outdoors Nevada Native Habitat Maintenance at our Justice Myron E. Leavitt Park. So those of you that may have not known, adjacent the not-so-old pickleball courts is a native habitat, and so we have plants that are truly the ones that will thrive here in our city. So I want to give a special thank you to K.O. Knutson Middle School, and there's no relation to this Knutson, I believe. But yes, they were there helping give us a hand, and so they cleaned the plant area up. They planted over 90 new plants. They removed invasive weeds, and we truly appreciated their time, energy, and commitment to environmental stewardship. And I hope that everyone swings by and takes it all in because it's newly refreshed and refurbished. On October 28th, we had our Four Queens North Tower grand reopening. Again, Mayor Berkeley, who's everywhere these days, every ward, everywhere. We were thrilled to celebrate the ribbon cutting to yes, that's really cool. She's in every part of our city, in every ward. We were there to celebrate the renovation of the North Tower at the Four Queens, $24 million investment that updated the rooms tastefully with modern amenities, sound dampening windows, and much more. Congratulations to the entire Four Queens team. October 30th, we had our Halloween celebrations at Stupak Community Center and also at East Las Vegas for our community center for our Fall Festival. Just want to thank all of our partners in making this such a smashing success. We had over 1,200 residents participate in our Fall Festival at the East Las Vegas Community Center, and I know that all of our kiddos and adults had so much fun wearing their costumes. I know I did. And they loved doing the parade and having the costume competition. So we're just looking forward to already planning next year's frightfully fun festivities. Councilwoman Summers Armstrong already put a plug in for the next slide, which is El Dorado Days Rodeo. So I'm going to skip to the next one. Just putting another plug out for senior law program. Again, free attorney consultations at East Las Vegas Community Center for 60 plus or 60 years young individuals of our community. They will have attorneys at our location starting October 15th. So you can call 702-229-1515 to make an appointment and get a 30-minute consultation with an attorney. Super important, as we need to reevaluate things and reposition things. So don't wait, take this free help. It's worth it. I also want to put in a plug for my annual Ward 3 Senior Thanksgiving Lunch coming up on November 21st. If you're 55 years young or older, please RSVP via our QR link or call 702-229-1515. This is definitely one of my favorite events of the year because not only do we have good eats, but we get to boogie on down and have some fun raffle prizes. All right, last but not least, I have the Neon City Festival. It's a free festival that will return to downtown November 21st to the 23rd. It's a 2025 lineup that is officially out with music from all genres. From fan favorites to local artists, this year's festival brings nonstop music and energy to the heart of downtown. Save the dates, take a look at the lineup, and I hope you'll all come on down to support it. And with that, those are all of my whereabouts for the last couple of weeks and upcoming activities. And as always, you can always stay connected with our office via phone or email. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Bruni.
Thank you, Mayor. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip my slides. Please sign up for our newsletter if you want to learn more about what we're doing. If you can go back, the only thing I want to plug is our town hall coming up tomorrow night at the Active Adult Center from 6 to 8 p.m. We'll have representatives from our marshals, Metro, Neighborhood Services, and Code Enforcement. We're going to be talking to neighbors about how to continue to keep our Ward 6 neighborhoods safe and clean. So please join us, RSVP, so we have enough snacks for everyone, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Kelly.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I am excited to tell you a lot. We've been busy in Ward 2, and I'm going to take privilege by saying that before I was sworn in September 30th, I was at the Las Vegas Museum of Art reception, learning more about that important project. Very excited about that. I did an event with Outdoors Nevada and on the 25th, and then I held my first breakfast buzz, and that was terrific. And then the next slide, please. I hosted with the mayor on October 22nd a Faith Leaders Breakfast, and was there welcoming those terrific community servants and recognizing them for the hard work that they do supporting our communities. The next one is the next slide is actually from their first breakfast buzz, but I also did a second breakfast buzz in October, and I encourage any of you who want to come. We invite you to join us and the folks in Ward 2 at Breakfast Buzz, which is a great way to connect with neighbors, share ideas, and hear the latest things that are going on. And that's on Saturday, November 15th. And then we also are fully staffed on the next slide, and our main office number is 229-2420. email us at Ward 2. Everybody has access to that, and that's the best way to get a hold of me, is to either call or email us. So I'm thrilled to be here, and getting all these ideas from all of you, and more pictures is what I've learned. So thank you.
Thank you so much. It gives me great joy to announce that this city council meeting is now adjourned.